Guys, what's going on? I hope you guys are well. What's all good? What's all good? I thought I'd do a small live stream today. I got a bit of a headache. So I thought I'd do a quick hour and a bit just to speak to you guys about the fights yesterday. Because I didn't do a live stream while we had the fights. I was going to do a live watch along, but I wasn't feeling too good. So I thought I'd do a quick live stream now just to talk all things boxing. So yeah, we had fights yesterday between Loma and Nakatani. Great performance by Lomachenko. How's it going, Raymond? How's it going, John Bro? How are you going on live for 3+ hours? I don't know. To be honest with you. I don't know. I'm gonna put the link in thing. So if anyone wants to come on, they can quickly come on. The link's in the bio now. Yeah, I don't know, John. I don't know. You know what? Because I had a few people on and it was just dragging. So the live streams ended up dragging. But yeah, an hour should be enough, or hour and a half. But sometimes it can drag. Sometimes you get into it and you just want to carry on talking. So you lose track of time. But yeah, I hope everyone's well. Hope everyone's good. But yeah, let's get into it. We had the fights last night. Gervonta Davis doing what he had to do. Lomachenko putting a punch perfect performance. I thought it was a great performance by Lomachenko. To come back against Nakatani, who a lot of people thought would give him some trouble. Just to outclass Nakatani the way he did and then stop him. That was a devastating performance by Lomachenko. What a performance. I was definitely impressed by him. Davis, he did all right. We probably expected a little bit better from Davis, to be honest. But he got the knockout, he got the win. That's the most important thing. And on bigger and better things for Gervonta Davis. But yeah, guys, if anyone wants to jump on, hop on, you're more than welcome to. More welcome to jump on and let's talk about the fights. I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of more people joining in a bit. So yeah, just waiting for some. How's it going, Bobby? I hope you're well. Did nobody watch Jose Cesar Martinez fight on DAZN? No, I didn't watch. I didn't get to watch his fight, to be honest. I only watched Lomachenko and Gervonta. I had, both of them were kind of like Lomachenko's fight was first, and it was on Sky, and then we had Fight TV on the screen, and then I had the Sky app. I've got the Sky app on my phone, so I was able to watch it at simultaneous times. But yeah, it was what it was. I didn't like the fact that the timings were similar. I feel like it should have been like an hour and a half, difference between the two fights. Unfortunately, we didn't get that. At all. So it wasn't very good, was it? All right. Okay. So just waiting for you guys to get more guys in, and then we'll get into it. How's it going? Ray? You all right?
How you doing? You okay?
All good, mate. All good. How's things?
Pretty well, man. Pretty well. How's your throat?
It's all right. It's still giving me a bit of trouble, to be honest. I'll probably go to the doctor to get it sorted out, or get it checked out, just to see what's going on.
Yeah.
How did you manage to watch the fights?
Yeah, I watched the Tank fight. I saw the Lomachenko fight card, and I saw Martinez's fight against Cordoba. So I saw that fight as well.
Right, okay. What did you make of the Gervonta Davis fight?
It went the way I expected it to go.
Yeah.
I don't think, looking at that, I see a lot of people now saying this guy cleans up 130, 135, 140. I don't think that's true. I
Yeah.
think there's still a lot of some serious cuts for him to go through. He did well against an opponent that was tailor
Yeah.
made for him, Imran. That opponent was made for him. That style was made for him.
Yeah.
There was times in that fight that Barrios looked physically stronger in the clinches. Barrios did manage to clip Tank, but look, we knew that with Tank. We knew he didn't have an impregnable defense. But what we did realize with Tank was how quick his hands were, how he could pivot his feet. He looked pretty good at that. So when Barrios was cutting off the ring and using his jab, most people would struggle with that because they're not having any space to move. Tank showed that he could negate that. He could position his feet to get around that, and then he can lead his offense from there. So he showed stuff that he's shown in previous fights. I'm still not the same view as your brother, who would say Tank cleans out everybody out 130, 135, 140. I think he's still class, and his power is going to take him. He's always got that equalizer. You know, he's one of those fighters that you can go in the 12th round and you can think, but if Tank lands that shot, it could be game over. He dropped him 3 times and he got him in trouble. And I like the body shot that he used, because I always thought this guy's he's taller than him, target the body. And this is what I was saying that Tank and Lomachenko are going to be doing. And he did. So best of luck for him. But I still pick some people to beat him at those weights. But he's still a good fighter. He's still a great fighter. How did you see it?
You know what? It was like, say that again.
How did you see the fight?
Oh yeah, I thought he performed okay, to be honest. Like, he caught Barrios with some good shots. I think it's just I see the same pattern with his fights. Do you know what I mean? Like, I see him like get outboxed a little and then be behind on the cards, and even Mayweather told him that you're behind, and then he lands a big one, and then ends up jumping him and stopping him. I think his defense was good. Like, he dodged a lot of punches. Like, you could see that his defense looked on point. But I don't know. It's just I feel like he looks at the big punch too much. Like, he's loading up, looking for that big one. And at times he can lose rounds because of the result of that. I actually think a lot of people had him like first 4 or 5 rounds to Barrios. They had
Really?
Barrios. Yeah, they had a lot of people. I think even the judges had the first 4 to Barrios.
But then, I mean, for example, I'm looking back on the rounds that I give to Barrios. I gave Barrios 3 rounds out the whole fight. So on my card, it was 97-91. I think if I remember rightly, it was 98-92. And then another card was 97-91. I gave Barrios round 2, 3, and 9. 4 and 5 were pretty close. Could have gone either way. But although Barrios was doing a lot of work, I look and see who's landing the cleaner, harder punching, and whose punches are having a greater effect on the opponent. Because that, for me, tells me a little bit about ring generalship, where the fight's going, who's taking the centre of the ring, etc., etc. With that, it's what you look for. It's subjective, isn't it? I know Mayweather said he was behind on the scorecards. That's maybe your interpretation. My interpretation was he just saying that to motivate Gervonta Davis, not let him get carried away, make him step it up, make him go through the gears, because I don't necessarily think he was behind on the cards. Definitely not in my opinion. Look, there was some rounds I could have gone either way, but on my card, he was still comfortably ahead. But I definitely do see, similar to what you just said there, there were parts in that fight where he was getting outboxed. And I do think against somebody because there's going to be somebody in run who can take his power.
Yeah.
There's going to be somebody who can take his power, who can take his punches. So what's he going to bring to the table then?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. That
I
don't know whether he's I think he looks for the big one too much, and I don't know. I just think he loads up for that big shot, which is all right because he is quite powerful, and he has got the power to wipe anyone out in around those weight classes. Obviously, he knocked out Barrios, who is a big dude, but I don't know. I just feel like I said to you prior to the fight, I think they're like picking and choosing the opponents as well. Like they're picking this guy from Barrios. They picked Barrios at 140. Then they picked Gamboa at 135, and I just don't feel like they're fighting the top guys. Like Mayweather's comment after, I don't know what you make of this. Mayweather said that we're only going to fight people in house.
Yeah. I saw that. Yeah,
we're not going to fight people from others. So what do you make of that? Because obviously that means that if that's the case, then we're not going to get any of the big fights then.
Absolutely. What do I make of it? I'm just really disappointed in me. I'm really, really disappointed because all these American kids are saying Tank's going to clean up 130, 135, 140. He can't do that if he ain't fighting any of those other names. I just think it's just he's following. And we had this debate when we were talking about Mayweather, Roy Jones. For as much as I love Floyd Mayweather, his skills, his repertoire, everything he done outside of the ring, this is one of the only blemishes I could put to him. Although he'll argue he became the best and he worked to a point where he could pick and choose his opponents. Mayweather worked to that point, yes. Davis hasn't. Let Davis, look, in a nutshell, let Davis at least become, get 3 out of 4 belts at 130 or 135, i.e. beating Lopez, and then you can come out with those comments saying, I'm only going to fight PBC or in-house fighters. But he hasn't. It's kind of like picking and choosing his way, because I still struggle with calling him a 3-weight world champion, even though he is, considering Josh Taylor's the champ at 140. But that's just the way boxing works. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. He is that. But until he achieves one of those feats at 130 or 135, he's not really in a position to be picking and choosing his opponents, because that's going to tarnish his legacy.
Yeah, I'd agree, because like he hasn't fought the best yet. When the guys have started picking and choosing, like Mayweather, when he did it, Mayweather was a really accomplished champion. Like we're talking about a guy that had really cleaned up in the smaller weight classes, beat a lot of the top guys, whereas they haven't done that yet. I don't know whether they're doing it because he's young and they'd want him to get experience before they get into those big fights, or they don't have confidence that they'll beat some of those top guys. I just don't know, but it's obviously not good when you hear Mayweather say what he said about them not, fighting guys from other promotional companies, because what that means is the best fights aren't going to happen.
100%. And look, I mean, Tank's 26 years old. He's still at an age where he's probably, for the weight classes he's going to be in, he's not at his prime yet. But he needs to be knocking on that door of I fought X fighter, I fought Y fighter. He hasn't done that yet. We've already spoke about the Gamboa fight, and then you've got this fight. And I know he fought Leo Santa Cruz at a strange fight, which was that, there was a lightweight belt and then a super featherweight belt on the line. But for me, he needed to do more super featherweight. All this talk, nobody's mentioned Shakur Stevenson. That would be an interesting fight, because Shakur Stevenson's very, very slick. Quite hard to hit, quite hard to pin down. Let's see how we would do against that type of style. You want experience, it should, that type of fight would be a good fight for him. Valdez, I think Valdez would be a good fight for him, down at 130. There's still some fights at lightweight you could fight. I think Ryan Garcia, I think he would stop Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
But why not have a fight with Ryan Garcia? Because Ryan Garcia would argue, can he take my left hook? So that would answer that question about Tank's defense and his chin. So do you see what I mean? There's still a few kids you thought, okay, let's see what he does against this character, and then we can. But I just think that Mayweather and a few fans alike are putting him in that category of he's going to be, he's a 3-time champ. He's already achieved great things by name, but we're seeing it with Broner. Broner was a 3-weight world champion, and look how his career panned out. And I think Tank, because he does have a lot of ill discipline outside the ring, which we've mentioned on your show before and on my show and stuff. If he doesn't get that sorted out and he cherry picks his opponents, it's going to be, his reputation will go before him. He won't be popular, and he could end up the next Adrian Broner.
Yeah,
it's going to be an interesting ride. It's going to be a very interesting ride.
To be honest with you, I saw Lomachenko's performance, and I was far more impressed. Like I was just far more impressed. Like Lomachenko's performance, it was literally punch perfect. Like literally,
Yeah,
completely dominated Nakatani.
yeah.
You know how like we look at Tank and you saw weaknesses. You didn't really see anything weaknesses in Lomachenko. He was very, very
No,
good. Very good.
no, no. And then when I was asked on my show by Carl, did I think the shoulder injury would play a part? And I said no straight away. I said, if you look before he won his second Olympic gold medal, he had issues with his shoulder then. He had issues with his shoulder before 2 or 3 of his fights when he was on that run of stopping
Mm,
everybody at super featherweight. People forget that.
mm,
For me, although I didn't learn anything different from Lomachenko, there wasn't anything new in that fight. What he's shown me is that he's still top quality. I don't know why people don't include him in a pound for pound list, although that's mythical, although everyone's got a different one.
mm.
But for me, he's still arguably he's an elite. He's an elite lightweight. And when I know me and you have tried to define the difference between the levels in boxing: elite, world class, fringe world level, gatekeepers, contenders. Lomachenko should be in anyone's definition of elite.
Oh
He's
yeah,
a
yeah,
proper free will.
yeah,
He's a
yeah, yeah.
proper world champion, multiple weight world champion, and he's got ability for days. If you want to see how to cut off the ring against a taller opponent, how to negate their jab, how to impose your own jab against a taller opponent, um, all the tricks that southpaws do, keeping the feet on the lead foot on the outside, how to pivot off the front foot, pivot off the back foot, target the body and target the head. Just watch Lomachenko in all these fights. And I just think with the Lopez fight, he was just a little bit too slow to get going. But Lomachenko is what he is. He's true great, honestly.
Ahmed, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you guys?
Good,
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 thanks.
good. What did you make of the fight? Did you watch the fights firstly? What did you make of them? What did you make of the performances of Lomachenko and Gervonta Davis?
Yeah, I've seen both fights, and I was really impressed with Lomachenko. I mean, he's come back, and he looks like he's still very excited to be boxing still, and he just performed really, really well, and just showed that if he goes in with confidence against Teofimo in the rematch, and fights his own fight, and I think he can beat Teofimo Lopez.
Mm.
And Gervonta Davis just showed what you call it. He just needs to improve his boxing skill at 140, and that was a little bit. You could tell there was a bit of holes in there. And Mario, a better boxer, could have what you call it, and somebody a bit more tougher could have exploited Gervonta Davis at 140. But he done really well. He done well. But somebody like George Taylor, I think, would be able to beat Gervonta. I think.
Mm. Mm.
I'd agree.
Little Penny, what do you make of the performances from Davis and Lomachenko?
Lomachenko.
Hi guys, hi Imran. Yeah, I was impressed. I was impressed by Loma. In fact, I picked Loma. But I was more impressed with Davis. Not only because he sold out that Atlanta arena, but he went for the kill, and I like that. Yeah, I was impressed with both actually.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When you mean you impressed, so did you think Davis looked? Did you think Davis looked really good? Do you holes in his game? Like obviously we think that he obviously thought Barrios was not really an elite 140, but do you think he could compete with the elite 140s in that division, or beat them? Basically, not compete. Yeah, he can compete with them, but can he beat them?
Yeah, I think the criticism of Davis is definitely I think it's warranted because everyone knew Barrios wasn't the champion. And Imran, I think you did mention a few days earlier that there's a reason why they picked Barrios, and that reason came to fruition last night.
Mm.
But in terms of the other 140, man, Taylor, dude, Taylor is someone that keeps surprising me. Like, man, that's going to be a tough fight. And I think Leonard Ellerby did say that Tank will not be campaigning at 140. He's going back to 135.
He definitely did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you say that.
I'm hoping that he fights like Haney or Ryan Garcia, Tio or Loma. I hope he doesn't fight I hope Mayweather doesn't engineer a fight with someone like Linares or Nakatani. You know what I mean? Where they cherry pick his fights.
Yeah. But did you hear what Mayweather said? Mayweather said that they're not gonna fight people on other from other promoters stuff. They're only gonna be fighting guys from PBC, which means that the fights with Devin Haney, fights with Shakur Stevenson, fights with Lomachenko, fights with all those guys that you basically mentioned, Ryan Garcia, etc. Those fights can't happen.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, so to be honest with you, I'm not sure whether all those fights. I don't ever see. The thing is, like Ray was saying, when Mayweather in the corner saying that Tank was losing, I don't know whether Mayweather was just saying it to be controversial, whether he actually meant it. I don't know. What do you think, Ray? Do you think he actually meant that, or do you think he just said it for the sake of saying it?
I think he was just trying to motivate Gervonta. I think he was just trying to motivate him. I don't actually think Mayweather believed he was behind in that fight at any point. Look, I said it before. They picked Barrios for this reason. For this was a fight to propel Gervonta Davis and make him look really sort of emphasize his power and make him. He was tailor made for Gervonta Davis and to make him look spectacular. So I believe Mayweather just made that comment just to try and almost motivate him, a bit of reverse psychology. That's what I'm thinking, because even if you look at it fight from all angles, although I said perhaps there was one or two maybe close rounds, it depends how you score it in terms of if you like somebody throwing a lot of punches, but do you like the guy who throws less punches but lands a cleaner, harder shots? I know Mayweather, because he had this argument against people that thought De La Hoya beat him. He said, but I was landing less shots, but they were cleaner and they were harder, they were crisper. So you have to go with my shots. And that's what Gervonta Davis was doing in rounds 4 and round 5, which I've took down in my notes. I had 2, 3, and 9 to Barrios, but during the close round, Gervonta Davis was landing those cleaner, harder shots, pushing him back, and he was in. Barrios was the bigger man. So I just think it was all reverse psychology from Mayweather.
What do you think about what do you think about the comment that he made about we're only going to fight people from our own stable? Do you think that was also something he just said or something he actually means?
That's a good question, because if I'd been anyone else, I would have said maybe they're just saying that, but because Mayweather's kind of done that himself in his own career, it worries you. I'm not going to lie on here and say, oh, Mayweather, that comment does worry me, because Mayweather's got the potential to do that. And PBC, Al Heyman, they've also got that reputation of doing that with some fighters. So it's worrying. It's worrying. I guess the next fight will tell us if they're really going to do that. But I would lean towards saying that Mayweather would actually do that to Tank's career. And with Tank realizing that he's going to be well paid regardless, and then get these type of gimme fights, if you're going to call them. I'm not disrespecting Barrios. He's a good kid. But I said before that Cowboy Carl gave him, he hit him for fun in some parts of that fight. So what's an accurate puncher like Tank going to do? So it does worry me what Mayweather said. Absolutely.
So if I was to ask you, Ray, about Lomachenko v Teofimo rematch, how do you see that one playing out?
I think Lomachenko will have to start faster. There's no, he'll have to start faster. I think you would like to think now he's figured Lopez out, because if you look at the Salido fight and you look at the Lopez fight, those are the similarities for me. This is why I was so confused as to the performance that he put in. I know he talks about the shoulder injury, and I think you mentioned on one of your show that maybe it was a power Lopez that was putting him off. I just think that Lomachenko started that fight too slow. He was trying to figure him out, trying to negate past the physicality of Lopez, who really imposed that. Lopez knew his advantages, and he used every inch of those well. You can't as poor as Lomachenko was in those first 6 rounds, as good as Lopez was. Whether or not Lopez has got that in him, because I think the main thing for me about Lopez is the weight. How many times have I come out and said how big Lopez is at that weight? For a lightweight, he shouldn't really be that big. He probably will come into the ring about just shy of 11 stone, if not 11 stone. That's some serious weight to put on. So for me, if Lomachenko starts quicker, can pivot those hooks off that jab, why not? Why not? Because although I wouldn't have called it a draw like Lomachenko says, I only had it 2 rounds to Teofimo Lopez. So if he could have just won 3 out of those 6 that he 6 or whatever, 7 that he lost, then yeah, you would turn it around. So he just needs to start quicker. He's got it in him to be active. He's got what Tank probably didn't have in certain aspects of that fight. He can be busy throughout the fight, and he can pepper shots with Lopez where Lopez can't see.
It was good to see that. It was good to see that Teofimo's dad said that he was there. He said good to see that they were actually welcoming of the rematch. They basically said that they'd be interested in it, which I didn't think they would be. But I think maybe Bob Arum's had a word with them about the kind of money they could potentially make. And I think if they obviously can be well compensated for it, I think they'll probably take it, because I think the money apparently Bob Arum was saying was going to be huge. We already know that Lopez is getting paid well for Kambosos, so he is obviously, every fighter is motivated by money. But I personally think that they're probably looking at it and think we could get paid a lot of money fighting Lomachenko in the rematch. We've beaten him once. Why not go? Why not fight him again?
I think, I don't know what you guys think, but I think that's a big reason why Lopez decided to stay with Top Rank. Because he all that talk about him saying, I want more money and I'm a pay-per-view fighter and I can get multi-million dollar purses. Sorry. I agree with you. I think I believe that Bob Arum has probably said to his dad and probably said to Teofimo Lopez, the money's in the Lomachenko fight. But then again, like I said, weight's a big problem for Teofimo Lopez. There are rumors. I mean, he's come out and said it was the coronavirus which cost him which is obviously delayed the Kambosos Jr. fight. Who's no slouch. He'll get past Kambosos Jr., but he's still a good fighter. But I see that fight differently. If Lomachenko and Lopez would go at it again, I would definitely see that fight differently.
Algeria, how are you? Can you hear me? I can't hear Algeria at the minute.
Can you hear me, bro?
Little Penny.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you? Yeah, man. Listen. That fight between Kambosos and a Teofimo has been put back in that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It just needs to happen. So I personally think that Teofimo is going to win that fight. There's a lot of people like in the camp that I've been discussing with Teofimo that I know that they're looking to get that fight over quick. So within 5 rounds and that. It just all depends on like the Kambosos guy. Like I don't think he's going to turn up any good, to be fair. That's my personal take on that.
What, you don't think Kambosos is a credible opponent? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think he's shit, bro. To be fair.
I don't know. I think Kambosos is a good fighter. Kambosos fought Lee Selby here in the UK. We saw it. And
I watched that fight as well, but it weren't all that. So I personally got this fight. He's quite lucky, from our perspective, that he got that fight put back. So when is it now? August
14th, I think.
Yeah, so he's quite lucky that he got that shifted back. So he's got another 6 weeks to train or 5 weeks to train. He was quite happy about that pass presser for that training camp that he's gonna get, but I ain't gonna do shit, bro. So I personally think, and we're all saying it as well, that fight is probably gonna go 5. If he's lucky, Kambosos will be out a day in 5.
Fair enough. You're entitled to your.
Do you want any more questions on the fights at the weekend?
Yeah. That's what I was going to ask. Obviously, Ray was speaking about Kambosos. I think you kind of carried on from there. But yeah, what was your take on Lomachenko's performances? What were you about Gervonta Davis's performance? What was your take?
Yeah, I thought Lomachenko did quite well. I thought he would have capitulated after the Teofimo loss. So I actually thought Nakatani would have won that fight by unanimous decision. So yeah, he stopped him late. Mario Barrios against what's his name? Tank Davis. Yeah. Tank is obviously trying to go super lightweight. He's trying to go up to 140. He won that fight. Mario Barrios wasn't exactly a top 10 contender, but he did quite well. So I can give Tank credit for winning that fight, but he probably needs to be fighting people a bit better at the moment. But I'll give him a lot of credit for it. So yeah, did okay.
Mackay, did you watch the fights on the weekend? Did you watch Lomachenko and Gervonta? What did you make?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's good. Yeah, can I just backtrack a bit on the Lopez? I hear it's apparently moving to September.
Right. Okay.
On the De La Hoya card.
Oh really? Well, it's gone back to the really. Man.
Yeah. I feel for Kambosos, but
I think he'll do well, but he needs to get power. He hasn't got the power. Kambosos has not got power to beat Teo. You've got to look at their hands. He's got a small hand, bro. It's like that, and Teo's hand, it's gonna get mashed up in that fight.
I feel Kambosos will put up a good fight though. I feel people are sleeping on him a little.
There's no sleeping on it.
Yeah,
he will do well, but he's gonna get beat. He will do well, but he's gonna get beat.
Oh yeah. I'm definitely favouring Lopez. Lopez too big, too strong.
If we go back to the Lomachenko and Gervonta Davis fight, Mackay, what do you make? What did you make of their performances?
I think Loma looked amazing. I was obviously my prediction. I thought it was going to be a competitive fight. Turns out I was wrong. I didn't think Loma was going to stop him and dominate him like that. So yeah, it's a big win for him there. And with Davies, I thought we showed a lot in that fight. He showed that he can take a good punch from a big puncher, a bigger guy, because he's obviously got a lot of stick because he's been fighting little guys. I feel obviously like Santa Cruz and everything. So yeah, that's a good thing there. But I don't think it was a great performance from his skill, because I feel he was losing on the cards and everything. It was supposed to be an easy fight for him. That's why Barrios was picked. That's just my opinion. But he got the stoppage, so that was good. So he showed that he's got the power still at 140.
So you think Tank was losing on the cards?
Yeah, I think he was.
So how did you score it then?
I think I had like Barrios up, just like by a round or two.
Okay.
Showtime had Showtime had Barrios winning 5-1 in after the 6th round. I didn't have
told
that.
Ray
But
Yeah,
But did you
there
have
were-
that as well?
no, I didn't.
Go ahead,
I don't know how Barrios could be seen to be, 4 rounds up going into the 6th. I'm lost for words with that one. Right.
They,
I mean, could you?
they had him 5 rounds up after the first 5 rounds.
Especially at the start rounds, he was winning that clearly. He was winning the first. I thought he won the first 3 or 4. I think it was like the first 3 or 4. But Barrios done better than I expected.
Yeah. They had him winning the first 4 or 5. I think it's something like that. Someone said, can't remember. I was listening to somebody and they were saying that they had him 4-5 up after the first 4 or 5 rounds.
I think he shook Tank a little bit.
You think he shook?
I think, but if you look at,
he shocked him. Yeah, like
Right,
I didn't think Tank thought he was. I didn't think Tank thought he was that good, but he done well. I thought very tough as well.
Strange, isn't it? Because the official judge cards didn't reflect.
Yeah, I was shocked when I saw that. Well, they didn't have Tank up by 4 rounds.
Yeah, even more, mate. Even more. I think one was 98, 92, and I know the other one was 97, 91.
What did you score it?
I had it 97, 91. I give Barrios 3 rounds, and as I said to him, man, before you come on, 2 of those runs that gave the Tank were probably close, could have gone either way, but just depends on what you like. Depends on what style you like.
Most of those rounds they were close, but obviously I just had it in favour of Barrios because I thought he was using his distance well. He was pushing Tank back a little and everything, so I just thought he done a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's the subjective nature of scoring fights, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I'm not gonna sit here and go, that's just the way it is. But someone just asked the question there, man. Can you see Tank moving up the welterweight? No chance. No chance.
That's my patchy box. I hope you're well. I hope you're good. Yeah. No, I don't think he moves to a welterweight. It's too small.
Imagine him fighting people like Spence, Crawford. That's no way.
Yeah. Not even the small, like not even the prospects in that division.
Yeah.
Fight.
Yeah. What about you're on Boots Ennis?
God.
Ennis would destroy him.
Huge, mate.
Yeah.
I don't know how he makes 147, honestly.
Yeah.
Ennis is an absolute. Ennis is a monster.
Bigger than Spence, isn't he?
Hey,
he's bigger than Spence, isn't he?
Well, he's similar size. I don't think you can be a bigger welterweight than Spence. Like Spence is literally like the limit you can be.
Yeah, Spence is practically a middleweight, boiled all the way down.
Really,
but Ennis, you could say, is around similar size. He's similar stature, and he actually has a similar fighting style in the sense that he seeks and destroy guys. Ennis is an absolute beast. I think he's technically sound, and I think he probably will take over from Errol Spence when Errol Spence moves up to light welter.
Yeah. I think Ortiz is a man. I think Ortiz will.
You think Ortiz will beat Ennis?
Yep.
Ooh, I think see that, to be honest.
It's a good fight though. Really good fight.
And Ortiz got the backing of the Mexican fan base too.
Yeah. He has. But I wanted to ask you a question, Ray. I'll come to you first because I know you're high on Josh Taylor. Lopez v. Taylor. Who wins that fight?
That's a close fight. That really is a close fight. I'm struggling to pick that one, a win out of that one, because I rate them both. I rate them both. So in my opinion, I'd if I had to pick, I'd probably favor Taylor, just if I had to pick. But this is one of those fights where you have those fights where you wake up and you think it's gonna be Lopez. Give it a couple of days, you sleep on it, you think, nah, it's gonna be Taylor. It's one of those fights because Teofimo Lopez, The way he fought against Lomachenko, to have that game plan and to stick with it shows me he's got tremendous ring IQ. Don't forget, he wiped the floor very well at lightweight leading up to that, and because of his physical size, he can adjust to 140 no problem. He'd probably end up welterweight or above. So for me, when you look at Josh Taylor as well, he's fought a stiffer opposition at 140 that Lopez hasn't had tested. He's been in there with everybody. You don't become undisputed for a reason and then to be slept on. But I do favor some of the skills that Lopez has got, and I think when people talk about Tank above him, that really gets to me. But I just think that Josh Taylor's just got something that little bit special as well at this division. So at 140, that's for me. Josh Taylor's the king there, and you need to come and rip it from the champion. I'm old school, and I was brought up that way. So if you've got someone undisputed, can he step up and do it? So I'm just going to favour Taylor for now.
Dave, I spoke to David. You probably saw that interview that I did with David. David, he's saying totally agree. Ray, it's very hard. It's very hard at the moment in this time to pick that fight, and he was very undecisive as well about that fight, about who he picked. But I felt like from the way he was answering, he slightly favored Lopez. Like, even though he's Scottish, I couldn't believe it. Like, he actually slightly favored, slightly favored Lopez, which I I would expect him to say Taylor, because especially
what I see is I know. Dave, he's a good guy. He knows his boxing, but he's not biased. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's
he's not one of them that's just going to go, "Oh, I'm going to pick this guy because I'm a Scot." Yeah. And my nan used to look after his brother when he was young. He's not none of that. He doesn't talk rubbish. So I think he probably recognized just how good Teofimo Lopez really is. And just because you're struggling to pick doesn't necessarily mean you're undecided. Because you don't know what you're on about. You're recognizing the skills and the repertoires of both fighters. Lopez is, he's beating top guys at lightweight, and he's got the physique and the skill set to carry it up, and arguably the power to 140. We all know that he's not going to be small at 140, but Lopez has fought every style and looked comfortable in doing so. I'm probably one of the only few that's come on here and still maintains he beat Prograis. You've had a few people like Steven that's come on and fought that Prograis one. Well, I thought it was a
draw. I thought it was a draw. I thought it was a very close fight.
It was, but I thought Taylor won that by 2 rounds. I thought Taylor's and I said to you before the Ramirez fight that Taylor would do Ramirez, and he did. I just can't see anybody at 140 stopping Josh Taylor, and probably arguably Lopez would be his toughest challenge.
What about
expect Josh Taylor to win?
So you don't think anyone from 140 or below could beat Taylor?
Nah, not now.
So.
Nah.
I think Teofimo Lopez has the best chance of everyone. More than Tank. And
I actually disagree. I actually think Prograis almost came close the first time. Why can't he do it the second time?
Probably because Josh Taylor would have learned just as much as Prograis.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So we can't really.
You understand? So yeah. Okay. I think Josh Teofimo Lopez will probably give Lopez perhaps a closer fight than what Prograis did, but I would still expect Lopez to Josh Taylor to come out on top.
So one set, Little Penny. Marlinus 76 says Taylor will maul Lopez. Stop it. Little Penny, your thoughts on that? Do you agree with that?
Sorry, Imran, what did you say?
So Marlinus 76 says Taylor will maul Lopez. Stop it. So basically saying Taylor will batter Lopez. He'll literally just maul him, like ragdoll him.
No, I don't know about that, because Lopez is a very good boxer, but Josh Taylor's confidence is at an all-time high at the moment, because he beat 2 good opponents in Prograis and Ramirez, And when your confidence is up like that, sometimes that could go further than most people think.
I think that's why I don't think you should fight someone like Terence Crawford, because a fight like that could ruin your confidence completely. Because Crawford, see the guys below and the guys at 147, the jumping class is huge. Like, just they're bigger, stronger. For me, better boxers as well. Like, and they're more battle tested as well. All the guys at 147 are more battle tested, like Porter, Thurman, Danny Garcia, Errol Spence, Terence Crawford. They're all more battle tested as well. They're just more complete, more battle tested. So I don't know whether he wants to go up there and fight those guys. That's why I think there's the big fights with guys below him, or guys that are 135 potentially could move up. Ryan Garcia could move up to 140. He's quite a big dude. You got Devin Haney could move up to 140. He's quite a big dude.
Those guys have got work to do at 135 first.
Yeah. Do
you know what I mean? Like, for me, do your work at your weight class and then talk about moving up. Lopez is different because Lopez won a world title there. He's defended it, and then he's fought Lomachenko. We all knew physically he was struggling, so he's slightly different. Where Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia aren't struggling to make that weight. They're not, and it's still a lot of work. If they're moving up, it's because they're not fighting the other kids that they should be fighting at lightweight. They're just moving up for the sake of moving up. Where Josh Taylor, even though I don't think he should move up right now, he should have one more fight, and then he can move up because he's undisputed. What else is there to do at that weight? It's very different to the likes of Ryan Garcia and Haney, who have still got a lot of work to do at that weight.
You know what? I think Taylor beats Crawford.
Oh,
right now.
I honestly, if he moved up, I honestly think he beats Crawford.
Come on, man! Just go and ask Ricky Burns.
Yeah, but Ricky, come on. Taylor's levels above Ricky Burns. I've never really rated Ricky Burns.
He's a favorite world champion, Ricky Burns.
Yeah, but I've never really rated him. Taylor's just a lot better than him. I think Taylor's just better than Crawford.
Come on, wow. Taylor's got no chance against Crawford. No chance.
And let's be honest, if Crawford did fight Taylor, that would be Crawford's first real fight. Let's be honest, that would be his first real fight. Because when Crawford
not in 7-8 rounds,
let's talk common opponents. Victor Postel. Watch Crawford's fight and then watch Taylor's again, and then come back here.
Yeah, they just fought very different. Crawford was just circling around the ring constantly. Taylor was just standing there with him, actually trying to box him. Crawford, he wasn't not running. But
Crawford's got more dimensions to his game. That's why.
Don't get me wrong. Crawford's good. Crawford's good.
I'd have to disagree. To be honest, Makai, I mostly agree with everything you say, to be honest. But with that, I just think I don't think he could beat Crawford.
I used to think Crawford would batter Taylor, but now I've seen Taylor just evolve into such a good fighter. Like, I mean, in the States, no one gave him a chance against Prograis, Ramirez, and he just silenced everyone. Honestly, I feel he was silenced people with Crawford as well.
I agree with what you're saying there, but Crawford would destroy those guys. That wouldn't even be like Prograis.
You think Crawford destroys Prograis?
Oh, without question. Without question.
Crawford would destroy everyone.
Without question.
Teofimo would destroy Tank.
No, that wouldn't be a fight. I don't think that'd be a fight.
Wait, Steve, what did you say, mate?
I said I don't think it'd be a fight. I think he'd destroy.
Oh no, the
Ahmed.
Ahmed,
what did you say?
Ahmed, yeah.
Crawford would destroy everyone. 135, 140.
Yeah,
you'd smash you'd smash Tank and all that. Yeah, definitely. That's not even Imran. That's not even a fight. That's just a one-sided beatdown. That would be. But I mean, I just think Taylor's better than him. He's a really good boxer. He's so accurate
Josh Taylor
with
would
his
get
punches and
the
everything.
same beatdown.
Fair.
Josh Taylor would get the same beatdown.
You're the first guy that said that. I haven't
Yeah.
heard. Most people that I spoke to, like even Davey, I did an interview with David, and he said to me that he doesn't even think Taylor's ready for that fight. He doesn't even think Taylor's.
Honestly, I've got a lot of faith in Taylor for that fight, and I'm not shocked that I'm basically the only one that said it, because I know a lot of people ain't going to give Taylor a chance because people rate Crawford very highly, and I don't blame him. Crawford's really good.
What makes you think he wins that fight though?
I just think he's a better boxer. Great jab. He's very accurate with his punches.
He's better boxer than Crawford.
Yep.
You're more like better boxer in what sense? Like in what sense?
So what do you mean?
So like like when you say he's a better boxer, like
he can do it. He can do it all as well. He can. I know Crawford can as well, but I mean, it's just Taylor's been battle tested as well, as you said. I don't think Crawford's really been battle tested. I mean, he had a good fight with Gamboa, but Gamboa was tiny compared to him. He's going to be fighting someone his actual size, who's there to fight, who can do it all. He can, like, you name it, he can do it. I think it's really good.
I don't think Josh Taylor would beat a Jeff Horn.
What? It's crazy, man. He definitely beats Horn.
Come on, Mackay. I know you've got faith in Josh Taylor, but I think you need to change your religion. Honestly,
why couldn't Josh Taylor beat Jeff Horn?
He'd smash Horn. He doesn't know.
No, you wouldn't stop Jeff Horn though.
You wouldn't stop him. I mean, no, people like it's a bit like obviously people give Crawford a lot of credit because he stopped Horn and Pacquiao couldn't. Right, if you look at how Crawford Horn, and then you watch Pacquiao done that to Horn basically every round. He literally done that every round, but he didn't get stopped because of a different ref. And then Crawford got him to the ropes. So, yeah.
9 rounds it took Crawford. 9 rounds.
Yeah, but Manny didn't train for that Horn fight. Like he was just there in Australia for a holiday.
I mean, Pacquiao got robbed as well anyway. So that's. I mean, Crawford wasn't supposed to fight Horn. He should have been fighting Pacquiao really. I mean,
but Mackay, Josh Taylor's fights were all very close fights. What don't you understand?
Yeah, but I mean that's against Pro. Yeah, exactly. But that's against Prograis, Ramirez at super lightweight, and then we got Crawford at super lightweight. He fought guys One of the people that had a belt was in Dongo. Crawford beat him. It took him 2 rounds. 3 rounds, and then Prograis fought in Dongo, and he took him out in two rounds. Like, that just shows you the level of competition that Crawford fought at that weight. Taylor, he's been battle tested. He's fought way tougher fights. I know it's not a huge factor, but it is a factor, and that will help Taylor in that fight. I don't think Crawford's been in a real fight.
Some said Victor Postel beat Joe. Like, it was such a close fight. He could have lost to Victor Postel.
No, definitely not.
Let's look at Taylor's fights at 140 pound. Victor Postel was a close-ish fight. Then he fought Baranchik. I thought he won that quite well. I thought, and then he fought Prograis, which was like some people thought he lost that one. That was a very close fight. Either way, if you thought he won or some people thought he lost, whatever, it was a close fight. Then he fought Ramirez. I thought he won against Ramirez, but again, it was a very tight fight as well. Like when I look at
Ramirez is really good.
Crawford had fought those guys, none of those guys I just don't see them being close. I just think Crawford's too versatile. Like Ramirez, for example, Ramirez would get battered. Ramirez, You don't think Crawford would batter Ramirez?
Oh yeah, no. I said, oh yeah, definitely. Crawford would easily beat Ramirez. I think he'll have a good fight with Prograis. I think that's a good fight. But you beat Baranchik, Ramirez of these as the people you named. But I think Prograis would give him a good fight.
But Imran was on live with his own fellow country Scotsman, and if they're not giving him a chance, you know what I mean, and they've watched Josh Taylor, you know,
that doesn't mean
they don't see what I see in Taylor. Then I think
that doesn't mean that he can't win. But what I mean is, like, obviously his own Scotsman. Yeah, he's right that he didn't. But the thing is with that is that for me, Crawford is just special. So I can't see. I can't see a guy from 140 pound going up, and even though Crawford's not, he's not a big welterweight himself, but I just can't see Taylor winning that fight. I just can't.
Not yet.
No, never.
See, I think Crawford's good, but I don't rate him as highly as other people do. I think. Who do you think wins between him and Spence?
Spence.
Crawford.
Yeah. I think Spence. I think Spence as well.
Spence.
Crawford, man.
No.
Ahmed,
compare who Spence has fought at welterweight compared to who Crawford's fought at welterweight.
Spence fights one way, one dimensional. I mean, Crawford's got layers, man, gears, man. He'll move around.
But the thing is, though, it's about the impact it has on his opponent. Spence is hurting and doing damage to top elite welterweights. You know, Crawford's fighting Amir Khan, who was shot. Kell Brook, who really probably arguably shouldn't have been in the boxing ring. He's probably finished. So, who's his best win at welterweight?
Hello.
But you got to look at the manner of Crawford's victories, man. He's but
the manner against shot fighters, two of them are shot. So who at welterweight have you seen him fought and think that's a good opponent, a good live opponent? You know, Benavidez. You know, he wasn't top 5 at that time.
Spence
he was seen to be a good prospect. He wasn't top 5 at that time.
Spence had such a close fight with Sean Porter.
Yeah, but I agree. I don't mean to cut you off, but Sean Porter has that type of opponent.
Kell Brook
would give Crawford. Porter would give Crawford fits though. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's what Sean Porter is not an easy opponent. No one can blast Sean Porter out there and around.
Porter would have
Porter
would have boxed again after fighting Crawford.
Pardon?
Porter would have boxed again after fighting Crawford.
What? So in other words, are you telling me that Crawford would stop Porter?
No way.
This capable in doing it. So do you think he would do it?
Yeah. Late stoppage. Yeah.
Wow.
What you got to understand about Porter? What you got to understand about Porter is he's gonna come forward and fight, and once Crawford figures him out, Porter later after the middle rounds he's gonna start swinging wildly, and just the way Spence knocked him down, and if Crawford knocks him down, he's gonna finish him. He'd finish him.
Most people think that because in the Gamboa fight, because the Gamboa was coming forward, and then Crawford was countering him, dropping him. But you need to understand, Gamboa is tiny. He literally moved up to fight. He's tiny. He's not a welterweight at all. You've got Porter, who's tough. He's tough as nails. He's a big. He's not tall, but he's a big guy. If you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Okay, but if you look at what the experts have said, somebody like Timothy Bradley said if Terence Crawford was in his prime and Floyd Mayweather was in his prime, he would have put it past Crawford beating Floyd Mayweather. Not saying he would, but that's the sort of level that the fellow professionals at the highest level of play. Bob Adams said, he'd beat Sugar Ray Leonard. You know what I mean?
But Bradley and Aaron, they're with the top rank, and they're just being biased. And I mean, come on, Crawford does not beat Ray Leonard, mate.
ESPN advertising.
There's just been a comment there from Marlonius saying Brook was undefeated at welterweight. That's all well and true. He's a former world champion.
Was Amir Khan? He was undefeated as well. At welterweight.
Yeah. And what you got to remember is when was the last time Brook made welterweight before that fight?
Yeah,
it was like
5 years. 3.5 years ago, and we all know how dead. He was near enough struggling. He was still a good fighter, Kell Brook. He was still a good fighter, but for you to say that is his best win at welterweight, how can you compare that to Spence's achievements?
That's bad if you're saying that's his best win, because you should see how Brook got beat by Crawford. It was by a little jab, like his punch resistance was gone.
Yeah, so you got the Amir Khan fight, Jeff Horn fight. I just don't see how these names fill you with confidence that he can do a job on Spence.
No. I mean, even Amir Khan, he said as well. That way, Well, he would figure Terence Crawford at this stage to beat Floyd Mayweather at that time.
Did he say that after? Did he say that after he fought Crawford by any chance?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Well, there you go. I'm not going to say no more.
Yeah, but come on, about Bradley, Bob Arum, every Sugar Ray Leonard level. No one's saying that about Spence.
But Ahmed.
Spence is only at his first weight category.
Say that again.
Spence is only at his first weight category. Why are we all bigging him up so highly?
Because he's a true welterweight.
Yeah,
you don't need to jump up and down the weight to prove your greatness. Look at Marvin Hagler. From the start of his career to his end of his career, he stayed at the same weight. You don't need to jump up and down.
I think Ahmed's got a point there. I do think Crawford's the greater fighter out of the two. I think in a matchup I would favor Spence, but I think Crawford is the greater fighter at the minute because Crawford moved up weight classes, and the fact that's why Imran and Ahmed, I put him higher in my pound for pound list that I did the other day. But that doesn't necessarily mean he beats Spence. I agree. So this is what I was saying about this is what I was saying about Duran and Leonard, for example. Duran, people view him as the greater fighter, although he did beat Sugar Ray Leonard. But Sugar Ray Leonard in a matchup, if he boxed the way he needed to box, Duran wouldn't win that fight because Leonard has a lot of physical advantage. Same with Mayweather Pacquiao. Pacquiao might be the greater fighter, but Mayweather would, in my opinion, in a matchup between them two, would beat him because he's got a lot of advantages. His size plays a big part, But yeah, the fact that we saw those fights at 50-50 fights shows how great Pacquiao was because those guys were elite guys at a similar level, right? But Mayweather had physical advantages over Pacquiao. So they when you've got guys at such a high level, that makes a big difference, don't you think, Ray?
Yeah, I mean, it does in that respect. But what you got to look at as well when you're comparing Spence and Crawford is all those physical advantages would lie with Errol Spence.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
that's why
Spence, yeah. So it's Crawford. I'm not underrating him. I'm not saying I don't rate him at all. He's in my pound for pound list. You guys all heard that. I just think when it comes to the fight between Spence and Crawford, there's a reason why that fight ain't happening. It's not on Spence's side. I don't think Crawford really wants that fight, and I think Spence beats him.
I think Spence has been ducking, really. I mean, also Floyd Mayweather. I'm sure Floyd Mayweather said that he rates Crawford more than Spence as well.
Yeah, he did. To be fair, he said he's the best fighter in the world. He did.
Yeah.
But he's good friends with Crawford.
That's Floyd Mayweather after accomplishing Spence for a good few years, saying this guy's the next big thing. And after a few years later, now, the last couple of years, he said, you know what, Crawford's the best.
But he said the same. He says the same about Tank.
Yeah, but Tank is promoting Tank, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but he says the same about Shakur Stevenson as well. I think Floyd's Floyd. I mean, I get your point. He's highly rated, Crawford, but I guess we'll just have to see when those two fight. I'd still always favour Spence.
Hey guys, can I just ask you a question? Since you guys live in the UK,
yeah,
how big will that Taylor versus Terence Crawford fight in Scotland? Like, will it sell?
That would be huge, mate. Obviously, it would just be full of Taylor fans, of course, but Crawford's used to that. He had it with Burns, but that'll be really good.
Yeah, because I always see fights in London and in Ireland when Donaire fought what's his name? That little
Frampton?
guy.
Carl Frampton.
Frampton, but I never see any fights in Scotland, like in Edinburgh.
Yeah, I think, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but Josh Taylor probably fight Jack Catterall in Edinburgh Castle in September, October time, I think.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Yeah, so, but I don't know what it is. I mean, most Scottish fighters have their fights in London because they're promoted by one of the English promoters, and they have them in London. I don't know what it is. Edinburgh, Scotland have got some good venues to host big fights, but also to answer your question, Scotland, apart from Ricky Burns, haven't had really the fighters to have those big fights. Now they've got Josh Taylor, Lee McGregor's coming through. who looks a really good kid. You know, so they've got they've got a couple of prospects as well. I mean, a couple of them are just lost. So you have Willie Hutchinson, who's just lost, and John Doherty, who's just lost as well. But these guys could probably be on the bill. So in the future, maybe, and if definitely Josh Taylor keeps on the form that he's keeping, who knows?
My man Gamo, how are you?
Yo, what up, Imran? What up, everybody in the chat? Just
How you
tapping in, man. Live from LA, baby.
What's going on with this? What's going on with this Pacquiao thing, man? They're saying that Pacquiao Spence could be blocked. What's going on?
No, man. It's not gonna be blocked from anything I've heard. What are you hearing?
We're hearing, or I heard anyway. I saw an article saying that Pacquiao and Spence could be blocked because Pacquiao had a contract with Paradigm Sports and he's in breach of contract.
Oh man. Well, when did you hear that?
Just today.
Just today. Yeah. He does have a contract with Paradigm Sports, which I did bring up to you. But man, I'm not too extensively sure what's going on with that. I don't think it'll be blocked because Spence Pacquiao is signed. They already have a venue, and tickets have been selling out like crazy, man.
But Gamo, I heard that Paradigm are actually trying to block the fight. It's not even financial implications. They're actually trying to block the fight.
Man, yeah, because they really were trying to. It was really going to be Conor and Pacquiao.
No, they said it was Mikey and Pacquiao. They were saying that they were expecting it to be Mikey and Pacquiao.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that Pacquiao Mikey fight was actually like 90% done. And I don't think it was going to be on PBC. It would have been with Paradigm.
Okay.
So this one is with PBC because Spence and Pacquiao. And I think Pacquiao did owe one more fight to
Paradigm.
PBC. Yeah, man. I got to research on that, but I hope it's not, man. I bought my tickets. I had to spend well over $1,000 US. And I hope that it doesn't get blocked, man. I just came from the gym right now. Yeah, yo, check out my gloves, dude. Got these Loma Venoms, baby. Yes, sir.
What did you make of the fights? What did you make of the fights yesterday?
Yeah, you know, I had to train with these bad boys today. You know, I got the Loma gloves. Yeah, dude, it was a great fight. I think the Loma that showed up yesterday would have beat the Gervonta Davis that showed up yesterday.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like if they fought, man, with Loma of yesterday and Tank of yesterday, if they met up and fought, dude, I think Loma would have won and possibly have stopped Tank because Tank was getting touched up, man, by Barrios. I mean, he wasn't doing horrible, but he was getting touched up, man. Definitely needs to work on his defense. But I think Loma would have won if they fought yesterday night, man. With what I saw, I think Loma looks much more healthy than the Tio fight. I think his shoulder recovered. I'd love to see the rematch, man. I think the second fight of Loma Tio will be a much better fight than the first one. I think it'll be a much more entertaining fight.
What do you make of the Davis fight?
The Davis fight, I was watching both fights. I think I didn't like the stoppage too much. I think that they should have let Barrios keep going. I think it was a little too premature stoppage. I think Tank could have stopped them much better. But it is what it is, man. He was hurt. I mean, yeah, it was a legit stoppage, but I would have let it kept going, man, for a little bit more.
Fair enough.
But that's a JV belt, man, that Tank has. That's not a real 140 belt, man. That's the JV belt, if we're being honest.
Yeah, regular belt. It's not a legitimate world title. You know
Did you hear what Josh Taylor called it?
What did Mickey Mouse belt? Did he say?
He called it the Mickey Mouse belt.
It's true though. You can't call him a champ when Josh Taylor's the actual WWE champ. You know.
Yeah, they're calling him a 3-division champion. I think he's only had actual one legit belt. That's super featherweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people from in social media are now like rating Barrios now as a great fighter. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Before after Tank beat him.
Yeah, that's what
Man, let's
I've
be
seen a lot of
honest.
that as well.
People really didn't know who Barrios was until before this fight. Like, unless you're a hardcore, and you watched his fights and looked into it. Let's be honest, nobody was making videos on Barrios until this fight, you know. And man, Tank really wouldn't survive with Taylor. From what I saw yesterday, man, Taylor would hurt him, man.
Yeah, I agree.
What about Lopez?
Tank versus Lopez?
Yeah.
That's a good fight, man. I really like that matchup. You know, that's a hard one, man. I got that 50-50. Tank's a really good boxer, man. I don't think he showed everything that he can. He's a really good boxer. He can slug. The only thing he has to work on, from what I see, is his defense, man. He has some holes in his defense. And against like a solid 140-pounder that can hit, man, he needs to work on his defense, man. Because Barrios was touching him up, but so was Leo, you know? So if you're in there with like a Pro Grace that has more power, man, it could be different.
Imran, your brother's a big fan of Gervonta Davis. What did he make of it?
He just said, yeah, he's for real. You know what I mean? He knocked out 140-pounder. He still, like I said, he still believes he can beat everyone at 140. So he believes that Davis is the real deal. He's the real deal. They don't want to. He goes that if Taylor gets sloppy in that fight, or Prograis gets sloppy, or any of them get sloppy, he goes, if he hits them with an uppercut, it's lights out. You know, I think he's got. I think what's his name? Davis. He is quite explosive. He has got explosive power. He has got the kind of power to like wipe you out. But I don't know. Yesterday, Barrios took a lot of those shots, didn't he?
I was just about to say, Imran, there comes a point where when you move up in weight, your opponents, as they become heavier, they're used to that power. And then, like I said earlier, before everyone jumped on, what will Tank do then? He's got some boxing skill. I'm not going to take that away from him, but the shots that he throws, you know, he's not going to put everyone away with those punches.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And he'll find this when he comes up against people like Teofimo Lopez. You know, if he was to have a fight, someone like a Josh Taylor, if he was to have a fight, you know, there's other cats out there, Regis Prograis. If he was to fight these people, he would find that, because the better and the more elite you go, these people don't. Barrios, sometimes when he's coming to exchanges, his hands are down, he leaves himself exposed. He's not going to find people making those errors when you fight the elite kids at the top of those weight classes.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Those opportunities aren't going to readily present themselves.
Yeah, I definitely agree over there. So Mackay, who would you favor, Lopez or Josh Taylor, if they were to fight?
Taylor, no doubt. But Lopez is going to be a lot stronger, a lot faster. I feel if he will. No, he will. But I still favour Taylor. He's just a better boxer, and like, Taylor's a lot longer than him, and he can box, he can fight, he can do it all. But it's a good fight though. But I think Taylor will start taking over in the late rounds. Possibly he could stop him, because I don't think Lopez fought anyone that hits as hard as Taylor.
Do you think Taylor would stop Lopez?
No, he could stop him. I would be shocked if he did. But if I was the betting man, I think he'd beat him by decision. But Lopez is a big guy though. He's a power. He'll be a lot powerful as well when he goes up. So
I think you know what, we've got Ahmed, who's a massive. Where's Ahmed? Is he gone? We got Ahmed, who's a massive Crawford fan, and we got Mackay, who's a very big Taylor fan. You are a big Taylor fan, right?
Yeah. No, I wouldn't say I'm like a fanboy of him, but I rate him. I rate him highly.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of him. Yeah.
Fair enough. You know, you're allowed to have. We all have our favorite fighters. We all have our fighters that we like. Nothing wrong with having that. But yeah, Gamo. I mean, all of you. So, what do you make of this Pacquiao situation, man? I wanted to touch on it. This Pacquiao Spence situation. I'm a little bit worried about it because,
man, since I'm down here in LA, I might just pass by Wild Card right now. I was gonna go say what's up to my friend Mark Magsayo, another Filipino fighter.
Say hi to Freddie Roach.
He's training here right now. Yeah, he's one of my boys. Actually, we got a money team all up in this bitch too.
The thing is, Gamo, I don't get that. You love Pacquiao, but you still got the money team.
Man, I'm a hardcore boxing pugilist, man. I'm out here in LA. It's a lot over here. But that fight with Pacquiao Spence, I hope it's not fucking gonna be altered or postponed or delayed or fucking rescheduled. I'd be sad, man. August 21st is a great fight day. I think that's enough time for both men to get 100% conditioned. This whole Paradigm Sports thing, I haven't really looked into any boxing news this morning, man. I've been busy. I was working and I just got out my workout. But, man, I need to dig in. If there is like a legality binding breach of contract, that could be serious, man. Because,
like I said, I read the article, Gamo. In the article, it actually said that they're trying to block the fight. It said that on, I can't remember, was it Boxing Scene? I posted it on Facebook, didn't I, Ray?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Boxing Scene.
Yeah, with Boxing Scene, they're trying to block the fight. So it's not even about the fight. I don't know. I reckon they'll probably, hopefully PBC could sort it out. Maybe, hopefully PBC could sort it out.
I think it'll get sorted.
Yeah,
man. That could be a problem. It could be a problem because I originally Paradigm, it was supposed to be Conor Pacquiao, and then Conor lost, right? And then Paradigm still wanted that fight with Pacquiao because they had investors like in Dubai in that area with like 40 mil. So they wanted Crawford. That didn't work out. So it was going to be Mikey. Mikey had the best chance because they could give him the lower price and he would take it, and then Pacquiao just took the Spence fight out of nowhere. And it was on PBC. Obviously, the Mikey fight would have been with Paradigm. But, man, I just hope that they can work something out and Pacquiao's fight goes through. And he's already in camp, man. He's been training for this guy. He's focused. And we'll see what happens, man. That's bullshit. If it gets postponed or something happens, man, I'm gonna be pissed.
Ray, what do you make of it?
I think it's very different to the Fury AJ situation with Wilder in the background. That's slightly different in it, but these ones you're just gonna have to see how it resolves itself. It looks as though it's going to be going to the courtroom. You just kind of have to think Al Heyman is a very smart man and a very, very powerful man in boxing. I don't necessarily think that he's made this fight not knowing perhaps that this Pacquiao's got issues with Paradigm. So I'd be surprised if the fight doesn't go ahead.
Mackay?
I really, really would be.
I don't think it's going to be a problem. I mean, Pacquiao, it's a lot different to the Wilder Fury situation because that was signed. Pacquiao, he never signed to fight Garcia. And I mean, Pacquiao, he's literally posted on his Instagram like a couple hours ago, like him sparring and him saying 55 days ago, and he's like hashtag Pacquiao Spence, like he's putting it all on his story. Like he seems confident. He still thinks he's fighting Spence, so I won't worry about it too much. And I mean, as he said, Al Heyman, he's a very smart guy. He knows what he's doing.
Little Penny.
Oh geez, I hope it doesn't get postponed. That's the one super fight this year that I didn't want to get postponed because I was also looking forward to that fight with AJ and Fury, and that got postponed. Well, they got amended. So, but with contracts, oh my god, like I just hope that they may have to pay Imran, as you were saying in your video, they may have to pay them off.
I don't know. It's just worrying. The fact that that they're saying that they could block the fight, which means that we obviously don't know the devil's in the detail, do we? So Hopefully it doesn't, because obviously it was a fight that I was looking forward to the most out of all the fights. It looks like we'll have to just wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. So, any other topics that I've missed? What other topics is there? Any other topics, Ray, that I've not touched on?
Have you spoke about AJ Usyk?
Oh yes, I didn't talk about AJ Usyk. Yeah, it looks like that's done for September 25th. Ray, your thoughts? Ray, you there? Mackay, you might as well go.
Yeah, I think it's a great fight. I mean, it's the second best fight after AJ Fury, and I think that's a fight AJ's gonna lose.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think he's gonna lose that one. Yeah.
I actually think it's a very, very tough fight for him, and I think he could lose. Ray, I don't know what's happened to him, but he's disappeared. But yeah, Usyk gets battered. Full stop. Says Last Bell Boxing. These guys, Ray and Carl, don't think Usyk stands any chance, and I'm telling them no, Usyk stands a chance. So my man here, Mackay, agrees with me.
Yep, I 100% agree. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually think Usyk has a very good chance in that fight of winning, but I'm not saying he definitely wins. I think he's got a very good chance. I think he's got a better chance than anyone else, to be honest. If I'm on, I think Usyk, Wilder, Fury for me have a very good chance of beating Joshua.
I mean,
go on, Mackay.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying about Wilder. I mean, he's always got a chance to win against those guys because of his one punch power. But obviously, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on him just because of his power.
So Last Bell Boxing says great performance at heavyweight, not. So basically saying he hasn't had a good performance at heavyweight, Mackay. What do you say to that?
So he's talking about using Chisora, probably.
Yeah, and the Chaz Weatherspoon fight.
All you need to look at is like this. Everyone Chisora fought the first time. He's gave him hell. Usyk is the second best guy to do well against him after Vitaly Klitschko. Vitaly Klitschko done a lot better, and then Usyk was the second best at doing it. And obviously, he gave Fury hell the first fight, and then Fury adapted in the second fight and then outboxed him. Like, if Usyk had a rematch, I'm sure Usyk would easily win that. But you just need to look at like how everyone else fought Chisora. Chisora gave everyone hell, and Usyk done the best out of all them that fought Chisora, except Klitschko. So, I mean, when you look at it that way, Usyk really didn't do that bad. That's what I think.
Fair enough. And then obviously his fight after that against Del Boy's fight after that against Parker, a lot of people thought he beat Parker. So, that was a close fight. His fight after. But yeah, so you think Usyk beats Chisora?
AJ, do you mean?
Yeah, sorry, no, I think he beats AJ.
Yeah, I think he beats AJ.
Fair enough. Little Penny, what do you make of that fight?
Yeah, first thing I just want to say with AJ, I think there's a reason why a lot of boxing fans, not just in England, but around the world, like him. Is because he always fights the fights that we would like him to fight. Like, okay, he didn't get the Fury fight, but then next man up, like the second best guy out there. Like, he's got like the same mentality as Pacquiao, and I think that's the reason why I'm a big fan of him too, a big fan of AJ. But just for that fight, man, that's a dangerous fight against Usyk. Usyk can box. He might be able to outbox him. So AJ will have to use his size and strength. That's a 50-50 fight, man. Maybe a slight edge to AJ, but
fair enough.
That's one dangerous fight. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I mean, no one gives AJ credit really for who he actually fights. He fights good fighters. He's fighting better fighters than everyone else. That's for sure.
Ray, Mackay goes, Usyk beats Anthony Joshua.
I've got to disagree with that one. Usyk does give him some problems because he's short, he's tricky. He's got good footwork. He can go in and out of range. But at some point, you got to remember, Usyk struggled against heavyweights who aren't of the same caliber and same class as Anthony Joshua. So when you've got somebody who's a lot bigger than him, a lot stronger than him, hits a lot harder than him, and is going to put it on him, I think AJ's just going to be. You're going to find that AJ's just going to be too big. Remember,
My man Carl's in the building. Finally, he finally jumps in. What's in the chat? How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm good. I've just heard a lot of nonsense about Usyk giving AJ a fight, so I thought I'd jump on.
Yeah, Mackay and Carl, off you go. Mackay, why does Usyk win?
He's just a lot better than him. I mean, AJ hasn't fought anyone like Usyk, right? AJ, he gasses out easily. He's gonna have to throw a lot to actually beat Usyk. Usyk, he's on his feet all the time. He makes people miss. He's not really easy to hit. I mean, he gets hit now and then, but see, like AJ, he's a combo puncher. He's not gonna hit Usyk all the time. And after AJ throws a combo, he's missed a lot. He's literally gassing out. He's got his hands down and everything. It happened in the Ruiz fight. In the first one, I just think Usyk will take over.
It didn't in the second one, though, did it?
As well. I mean, Ruiz did come overweight.
Yeah.
I mean, boxing's about opinions, isn't it? But, you know, I've told you what I think, man. I think Usyk's too small. He won't be able to keep AJ off. And he won't be able to gain AJ's respect. I think AJ walked straight through him and finished him. He'll take him out before round 5, in my opinion.
Wow.
I don't think AJ's got a good enough chin as well. I mean, Usyk, he's gaining.
Usyk, not a banger, though, is it?
Yeah, but Usyk's not exactly powerful, is he? Out that way.
Yeah, but neither was Ruiz, really. He wasn't really known as a big puncher, and he managed to drop AJ 4 times.
Ruiz is a lot quicker than Usyk.
But Usyk is good at gassing people out, and AJ gasses out very easily, and that can make Usyk stop him, because when you're gassed out, you're a lot easier to stop. I mean, Usyk's going to be
going off the Tony Bellew fight, aren't you? You're going off the Tony Bellew fight when he pressured Tony Bellew by using the front foot and cutting off the ring. But Tony Bellew, I think with Tony Bellew when he fought at cruiserweight, I mean, what he's going to struggle with is somebody as big and strong is what Anthony Joshua is. Anthony Joshua ain't going to let somebody try and cut off the ring, move sideways and cut off that space. Joshua's, although he's proven it in a couple of fights, he has got a jab on him. And Usyk, trust me, Usyk's not going to like fighting somebody. He's not going to be able to keep AJ off. He's not going to be able to keep AJ from moving. As soon as AJ hits him, he's going to stay hit.
He couldn't keep Del Boy off them first few rounds. He was very lucky to survive them first few rounds. If that happens again,
but Carl, Del Boy has a different style to Chisora. Del Boy is a pressure fighter. Joshua's not a pressure fighter. He likes to box at range. Joshua. He doesn't come forward.
So I'm working off your fear and him, man. What's stopping just jabbing his head off all day, because Usyk's not going to get inside the jab.
That's what he's going to try to do. I don't think he's going to come there and look to destroy him.
I just think
if Joshua tries,
go on, man.
Oh, okay. If Joshua tries boxing Usyk, then it's not going to work out for him. AJ's going to have to go at him, but either way, he's gonna be screwed. If he boxes, he's screwed, and if he tries to go at him, he's screwed, because he's not always going to hit Usyk. Usyk isn't exactly an easy person to hit. He's got good feet and everything. I just think Usyk beats him, really, not comfortably. AJ can easily catch him, but I don't think Usyk's just going to go out like that with one punch. Like, you're going to have to hit him quite a bit to get him out.
But what you got to remember is Tony Bellew was up on that fight before he got stopped. If Tony Bellew could handle him.
I mean, AJ's a monster, isn't it? The difference.
Did you just see that on your card, Mackay?
I think I had Usyk up, because Usyk was getting better, but Bellew was done at the start, but then Usyk started getting better. But I mean, Bellew was he fights a lot different than AJ. That's the thing.
But he was still boxing.
I got AJ beating Usyk.
Yamo, you cut off there.
It's a shame as well, because his first bit of sentence I've heard all night.
But Ray, can I just ask a quick question? Do you think that Ruiz took a bit of AJ's soul? Because in that rematch, AJ was fighting scared, even though he won, I admit, and he won convincingly.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of those rematches where, like, say, for example, when Holyfield beat Bo, like in the rematch, you actually, okay, like, you know, Holyfield is back. But that rematch in Saudi Arabia, that didn't tell me that he got his confidence back. Do you agree or disagree?
In a word, yeah, I think he did lack confidence, but I think he tried to show another part of his game. I think he probably realised that if he tried to mix it up on the inside with Ruiz, he's so quick he would catch him, and then the same thing would happen again. But Joshua, I mean, he don't become remember he's an Olympic gold medalist. So boxing's in his arsenal, using that jabs in his arsenal. So yeah, your confidence would. I mean, look at the manner of the way he was stopped and who he was stopped against. If that had come against Wilder, I think he probably would have thought, you know what, I would have expected that. But against Andy Ruiz, it surprised most people. So I think that answers your question, really. I think that's why his confidence was so low.
What I don't understand is where all this confidence is coming from around Usyk, because Anthony Joshua is by far the best opponent he's had at every weight.
Yeah, by some
so
distance.
I don't understand where all this fake confidence comes from. And just looking at, I never said Del Boy's got a similar style to AJ. What I said was, should Usyk perform like he did against Del Boy, he'll get hammered. He'll be over very quickly.
How you need to look at the Joshua one is, if you look at all the people who's fought Joshua, obviously they've all had problems with them. Usyk done the best out of all the other opponents that fought Joshua except Klitschko. He was the second best. Klitschko done a little bit better. So when you look at it that way, Usyk.
How about Tyson Fury?
Yeah, he did better than Fury, did he?
No. Yeah, that was in the second fight. That was a rematch. Fury done him. But the first fight, I mean, it wasn't. Fury didn't outclass him. It wasn't easy as the rematch was.
Yeah, but I still think Tyson Fury in the second fight against Chisora was a lot better than what Usyk's performance against Chisora was.
But I mean, Usyk hasn't rematched Chisora, has he? We don't know. I reckon if Usyk rematched Chisora, it will be a bit like Tyson. He'll do a lot more better.
But let's not forget.
Yeah,
Ray,
I think
Chisora in that fight as well. I don't know. There was a seventh round where Chisora was almost gone in that fight where he hurt Chisora badly.
And do you know what? Do you know why?
Come on,
He was hurt in the seventh round. He looked like Chisora was out of there.
It's all about levels, though, Imran. It's all about levels. Don't put Del Boy anywhere near AJ at the minute in terms of levels.
Yeah.
I'm
not saying that. I'm just saying that.
So what's your point then? You don't matter if you wobble Del Boy or whatever. When he jumps with AJ, it's different gravy.
I mean,
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
but the thing is, Tyson Fury perhaps wasn't as Tyson Fury put on a boxing clinic, so his objective was to win a 12-round unanimous, which is.
Let me put it another way, then, Ray. Let me put it another way to the panel. From Usyk's performances, what gives you the what gives you the confidence think he can even live with AJ?
I think well, you know what I think of him. I just don't see him as a heavyweight. I just don't see him as a heavyweight. For me,
no, neither do I.
He's a cruiserweight, so
I see him as a huge threat. But
he's a threat.
Different gravy at cruiserweight. Don't get me wrong, different gravy.
Yeah.
But I just don't think he's big enough for them monsters such as Wilder, Fury.
They said the same about Evander Holyfield.
A report, but a different era again, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, it was. But they said the same thing. Prior to Evander Holyfield, they said exactly the same thing. So that's why I say that we can't really write.
He didn't beat Lewis, though, did he?
Hey?
He didn't beat Lewis, though, did he?
There's there's no shame in not beating Lewis. That don't mean that he's
all I'm saying is Lewis. All I'm saying, man, was Lewis was the top of his game, top of the division, and you'd argue that's where AJ is.
Yeah, but the first fight was a draw, wasn't it?
A dodgy draw. Are you pulling that one out, man? Let's look at him, man. Come on.
On paper, it was a draw. Whether it was a dodgy draw, it was still a tough fight.
Come on in, man. Who won that fight? Come on.
Yeah, but irrespective, what I'm saying is for a cruiserweight to jump up to heavyweight and then give Lewis a tough fight. Lewis was, 6'6", 6'5", Evander Holyfield wasn't as bigger. Yeah, it was still a tough fight. Whether you thought Lewis won that fight, it's irrelevant. The fact is, it's still a tough fight.
And then Lewis took care of him second time just to prove, you know.
But I think that's a difference. So Imran were going from Usyk beating Joshua to then giving him a tough fight, because you can give him a tough fight and still get beat. And he might give AJ trouble for a couple of rounds because of his footwork, because he's tricky to land clean on. But at some point, AJ is going to be too big for him.
The only difference is from what I think and you guys think. You guys think that Usyk has no chance. I say that Usyk.
Correct.
Yeah, and I say you say that you think you can see Usyk giving him trouble, but you can't see him winning. I say I can see him giving him trouble and I can see him beating him. So, but that doesn't mean I think he's gonna win. That doesn't mean I think he's gonna win. I just think it's an interesting fight. You understand? So that's the differences we have in opinion. Mackay is confident. Mackay is basically saying, no doubt in his mind that he thinks that Usyk's gonna win. Which there are people out there that think that, but I think that Joshua is a very good heavyweight and he's a big, strong guy and he can box and he can punch, which makes him dangerous. But I just don't think you can write off Usyk and say he's got no chance.
I mean,
Imran, can I just say something there? Just to say something in the chat. Don't be putting racist comments in the chat.
No.
Yeah, Rohit. Don't be coming at people with Mr. Black or Mr. White or anything like that. Yeah, it's boxing only. Yeah.
Where's he said that?
So about Mr. White guy, I assume he's referring to me as Mr. White guy. So, if you want to jump on, fella, type in cheap.
Just, I'm not having that. You know.
Well, Rohit, you got to stop with those comments.
Yeah, there's no place for it. We're getting big.
No time for that, mate.
Yeah, there's no need for it. But getting back on that point, you know, I think, don't get me wrong, the guy's achieved great achievements at cruiserweight, undisputed. You know, won the Muhammad Ali trophy. I rate him for that. You know, he's an achievement as an Olympian. I'm not saying Usyk can't box again. I'm not underrating him. I'm just saying when you step up the heavyweight, but you fight the elites, you need to be taking care of the people at fringe world level better than what he has done.
I worry for him, Ray. All joking aside, I worry for him in this fight. Usyk, I worry for him. I really do, because you're talking about monsters, aren't you?
Yeah. It's just too
worry for him. What do you mean? Like worry for him? Like worry that
he's giving me a one-sided shutout, Imran.
We'll have to wait.
AJ thinks so too. AJ's very confident.
Yeah.
I saw his interview. He said he's just going to walk through. He doesn't see no threat, which I like. I like the confidence. But if he is thinking that, he's going to be in for a big shock.
Who said that, fella? I didn't catch the beginning bit. What did
AJ? He thinks he'll walk through him too. He says he sees no threat. He's very, very confident as well.
I'll tell you what, Usyk better get his respect in that first round, or it's going to be a long, long night. Well, it won't. It'll just knock him out. But you better have something in his arsenal, because
here's the thing, Carl. What's your confidence that AJ is going to wipe the floor when he went 11 rounds with Pulev, when he went the distance with Parker, when he went 8 rounds with Brazil, when he went, you know, all those rounds with all those guys? What's your confidence that he's going to knock him out?
Well, Imran, you know, I'm not a massive AJ fan.
Yeah. I agree.
My confidence is that Usyk's previous performances at heavyweight have been poor.
Yeah.
B, the size difference, you know, this is the pure size and power, and I just can't see how Usyk is going to keep him off. I don't see how he's going to keep him off him.
But when you say size difference, like Usyk 6'3", Joshua's 6'6", Ruiz was 6'1". He's a lot slower than him,
man. Who's a bigger? He's by far
he's
a bigger man.
But that's we don't know. Like you said, we don't know how his chin is at heavyweight, right? So we don't know. This is what I mean. There's too many questions to be answered.
But
you're kind of like,
what are Usyk's main attributes? Movement, angles.
Yeah.
He's on Instagram and Twitter posting tweets showing the scales where he's lumping weight on left, right, and centre. Well, what's that? That's gonna slow him down. So it's gonna take his main attributes away. So you better hope he's got a chin.
Yeah, but that also means he'll have more power. And
but then you're taking one attribute away for another. Then.
Yeah, but the thing is that also means that if he catches AJ, it could have a.
You don't know that. Says who though? Because we don't know what his power was like, do I? Says who? AJ would have felt more power than Usyk's got.
Yeah, but so you don't think that Usyk can hurt Joshua at all?
I think he can.
You don't think he can hurt him?
No.
So if Usyk hits Joshua,
I don't know how many times I've got to say it, but he's just not big enough.
Usyk's really accurate though. He's very good at he's really good at hitting people. Like he's got an amazing.
So is AJ. He boxes in clusters as well, don't he? He's not a one-punch knockout artist, but
he's inside grains good. Like when you're up close to him, he's very good at getting the inside. But I mean, I don't think AJ's fought anyone as accurate as Usyk. Like Usyk, he can hit you very easily. I mean, who can you name that was really good at? I mean, Povetkin was alright in the inside. Andy Ruiz in the first fight, but I mean that's all really. But I think Usyk's better than them. So,
hey guys, do you think AJ has passed his prime, or do you think he is still in his prime?
Yeah, he's a heavyweight. He's a heavyweight. He's only what 31, 32.
Yeah, he's improving. So
he's still in his prime.
Yeah, because some people think that when he fought Klitschko, he got aged there, and obviously with Ruiz, he was mentally distraught, and kind of like with Wilder when he fought Fury the second time. So I'm just thinking, is he still in his prime, or is he past his prime?
The thing is, Little Penny, he's fought guys that are way out of their prime. He fought Pulev, who was way out of his prime. He fought Povetkin, who was way out of his prime. You know, he fought what's his name? Klitschko, again, 41 at the time, way out of his prime. So again, when we really go into AJ's resume, most of the guys that he fought that were all past their best, apart from Andy Ruiz, Parker, who, let's be honest, Parker's been quite a stinker at heavyweight. You guys said yourself on your own show, Ray, and I think that Parker's been very poor, right? Yeah. So how that win don't look that great when you look back at it now. So
the Dillian White win looks good.
Dillian White, yeah, that looks not too bad. But Dillian White recently got knocked out by a shot Povetkin.
But Dillian White did a job on him in the rematch, didn't he?
Oh, but come on, that guy was falling over.
He was winning the fight, and then he got caught with one punch. He was winning the fight.
Does Dillian White beat Usyk?
No.
Usyk
would outbox Dillian White, no problem.
I think Usyk would give White fits.
I would outbox Dillian White.
What happens when Dillian White catches him?
Hey?
I think that's
he's got a puncher's chance. Yeah, he's got a puncher's chance. He can't box with Usyk. No chance.
I think that would have been a good stepping stone fight for Usyk before AJ.
Because what Dillian White will do, Dillian White will put the pressure on. He brings, as he says, maximum violence.
Yeah, he would.
He's going to walk forward, non-stop throwing shots. It's going to be very interesting because all those things that we're saying about Usyk, how he's going to maneuver his feet around a bigger guy, how he's going to push him off, how is he going to deal with the jab that he was showing against Povetkin. Yeah, you seen Povetkin was a pensioner then, but Dillian White's still very live. Look at who Dillian White was fighting. I would even like to see him against somebody like Carlos Takam before he stepped in. Yeah.
Takam's done now, man.
He's still a tough fight for Joe Joyce. I think Joe Joyce will look spectacular against him, but he's still a name. These are the type of people that you should be fighting to build up against an Anthony Joshua.
What was that, Carl? Sorry.
I think Joyce beats Usyk. I know they fought in the World Boxing Series, but I think
that was the amateurs then.
Mackay,
I like Joyce.
Pardon?
Do you think Joyce beats Usyk?
Yes.
So you think Joyce will, but you don't think
Joyce. Right. He's just so tough. Yeah, he just comes at you constantly throwing, and he can take a punch, and he doesn't seem like he gasses out. I mean, I mean, when you watch them, when you saw Joyce and Usyk fight, it was only 3 rounds, but you can see like Joyce was just going at him. He wasn't gassing out, and he can do it for whole rounds.
Sorry, I missed what you were saying. So do you think Usyk beats Joyce, or do you think?
No, I think Joyce would beat Usyk.
But you think Usyk would beat Anthony Joshua?
Yeah, I mean Joyce. Right, Joyce is a lot different to AJ. Joyce comes forward at you. He's always throwing, and he's tough, and he doesn't gas out. AJ gasses out. He's not really that tough. He's quite chinny. So, but yeah, that's just.
I take it you're not an AJ fan, to be honest.
No.
Well, to be fair, neither you, Carl. So
I'm not, and that's why I'm trying to be objective, but to say that I still think he takes Usyk out.
Yeah.
You know,
I actually think I want him to beat Usyk. I just don't think he can.
I actually think Joe Joyce beats AJ.
Do you?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that logic. So that logic of you saying Joyce beats Usyk doesn't really work. So that's what I mean. But that logic of you saying then Usyk beats. Sorry, Joshua beats Usyk because you think Joyce beats Usyk. So now you just say that? Well, you think Joyce beats Usyk, but you don't think AJ beats Usyk.
No, he said Joyce beats AJ.
No, come on in, man. Get a coffee down, yeah.
Oh, but who was it? Someone just said that right now.
He said Carl said Joyce beats AJ. That's what he said.
No.
I think Joyce beats AJ as well.
I can't remember. No, he said Joyce beats Usyk, right?
Right.
And then someone said, "Does you think Joyce beats Usyk, but AJ doesn't?" Someone just said that. I don't know. Maybe
That
it's just
would be Mackay.
I don't know.
Pardon, what did I say?
I'll look back at it. I can't. I just thought someone said it. I don't know. I'll look back at it.
Well, it wasn't me, Governor.
Yeah. So moving on, Carl, because you weren't here. You weren't here at the start. I wanted to get your opinion about the tank and.
So sorry, just that someone else says get a coffee down here as well.
Who said it? Yeah. What did you make of the tank and Lomachenko fights?
Yeah, so I'll start with Lomachenko. Obviously, he's got full confidence in that shoulder. Did we learn anything new about Loma? I don't know what I wasn't watching earlier. Did we learn anything new? Probably not. But he done enough, didn't he? So jury's still out for me on Loma. I like Loma though, and I think he needs that rematch. He needs to put them ghosts to bed. Cheers for the comments, David. Much appreciated. The views are my own, not one of the channel. So Tank Davis, I like Tank Davis. I heard a few comments on here about he's too small, but boy, the guy can fight. Them first few rounds, I think the stoppage wasn't the greatest stoppage. Mayweather's coming out with some big statements, isn't he, regarding who's going to fight in the future. I think them guys just need to get it on that weight class, don't they? The talking needs to stop. It's boring. It's boring. I heard a bit about Bud Crawford this and Bud Crawford that, Spence this and Spence that. Just for the record, everyone, I think Spence is the best of that group. But I think both fighters, did we learn anything new about Davis and Loma? Probably not. Looked like a bit of a tune-up fight for me. Both of them did. So not overly impressed. I think until they all jump in together, man, we're never going to know.
We can't really judge. So I got my brother on.
What did you think of it?
I just thought they did what they did. What they did. Like, to be honest, I wasn't really that impressed with Davis. I thought Lomachenko's performance was good. I thought he did. I think he looked more impressive. He's more punch perfect.
Davis can bang though, can't he? Can bang.
I think he's a bit overrated, Davis.
Say again.
I think he's a bit overrated, Gervonta Davis.
Tank Davis.
Yeah, I think he's a bit overrated. To be honest.
Simon, what did you make of it then? His performance against Davis's performance against Barrios. You there? You there?
I've got to say, Imran, I do like Fight Gamer's comments in this sidebar. Come on, Fight Gamer, jump on.
Right, what's he saying?
I don't know what he's saying.
He said quite a bit throughout the chat, and a lot of it I agree with.
Joyce is more durable than AJ, has a better engine, and takes a
So he knows his stuff. If
And
anyone
has
agrees with me,
Yep. See, everything Fight Gamers just said. That's what I said earlier. I agree. Yeah,
true. He did
absolutely.
say that.
Yeah, absolutely. See, yeah. Joyce is good. I never used to rate Joyce at all, but now I see what he's about.
Yeah. And no KP is making some good comments as well. Anyone that agrees with our view, they obviously know the boxing in, man.
Yeah. Salman, you finally here?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Yeah. So what did you make of Davis's performance? The biggest Tank Davis fan.
Yeah,
What do you make?
I think he was a bit gun shy to start off with.
Yeah.
I think he was worried about Barrios' power because obviously he's a lot bigger of a man. You see, I think at the lower weights at 135, 130, he'd let his hands go a lot more. Even in the post-fight press conference, he said he wasn't too sure how hard Barrios could punch, so he was a bit gun shy, to be honest. And I think obviously if he had taken more chances, he could have got Barrios out there a lot earlier, in my opinion. And also, if he had invested more into the body early, I think he could have stopped him, between rounds 7 to 8. Obviously once Floyd came into the corner and told him invest into the body, that was the best bit of advice, I think, because I think that slowed him down quite a bit. But yeah, it wasn't one of his best performances. But then again, you do have to take into consideration he's obviously moved up to 140. It's his first fight, So yeah, let's see where he goes from here. But I do believe he is best suited at between the weights of 130 and 135.
I'm laughing at Fight Gamer's
I'd say that as well.
So Salman Fight Gamer says Salman would pick Davis against Pacquiao. Would you?
Sorry.
So it's Fight Gamer in the comment section is saying you would pick Gervonta Davis against Manny Pacquiao.
Obviously, Manny Pacquiao's he's campaigning at 147. Obviously, Davis hasn't fought anyone at the same caliber as Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao's a legend in the game. You have to favor Manny Pacquiao. It's a bit silly, for anyone to say, Davis would beat Manny Pacquiao. It's just Davis hasn't achieved half of what Manny Pacquiao has achieved, so it's a bit silly, really. Whoever said that, but
what do you make of Lopez and Davis?
I think that's a very good fight because they both can bang. Lopez is the bigger man in the fight, but it's a very, very explosive and fan-friendly fight for sure.
If you had to pick, who would you pick in that fight?
At 135 or at 140?
135.
I think Tank could stop him.
Fair enough.
I think Tank could stop him. I think Tank, if they have to both dig deep, I think Tank has more dog. I think Tank has more dog than Teofimo. I don't think Teofimo's chin has been tested, in my opinion, anyways. But I think if Tank does crack him, I think he'll be in trouble. I don't think any of these. I think Tank's got Tank's got the best chin at 130, 135. And he proved it yesterday as well. He got hit with some big shots by a 140 pounder. And let's not get mistaken. Tank's a small 130. Let's be honest. Like when he fought Leo Santa Cruz, it wasn't like he was that bigger. Tank's a small 130 pounder, in my opinion. You got to give him props for last night's performance because that guy was towering over him and he was way bigger. And even in the post-fight press conference, Mayweather was like, I've seen Barrios for the first time, and I thought he was a 154 pounder. So, you got to give the guy respect, for going up to 140. And Barrios was as tough as they come. He was tough as nails. That guy was. You know, he wasn't going out. He went out on his shield. You know, he gave what he could. But do I think if he fights the top dogs at 140, it's going to be easy? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think they're fights that he can win, but you know, I wouldn't. Him against Josh Taylor, him against Prograis, they're very, very difficult fights. Their fights, you know, that he'd be taking daring to be great, but he could lose those fights. He could definitely lose those fights.
Guys, any thoughts?
I think Lopez beats the crap out of Davies, to be honest.
I think Lopez has got it all on with Cambosis Jr. I think that's going to be a good fight.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good fight. I think people are sleeping on Cambosos. But
that guy you had earlier, I don't know whether he was drinking too much or what, but him saying that Cambosis is an awful fighter, you couldn't be further from the truth. Cambosis, and all this talk about he can't punch, he can't. Trust me.
On what basis do you say that Lopez beats the crap out of Davis?
He's a lot bigger for a start.
Yeah, he's a lot better. I mean, but obviously Davies, he did fight. Yeah, Davies did fight someone bigger, but Lopez is just a way better boxer. He can jab. He's way more powerful than Barrios. That's for sure. And I mean,
he's got way more boxing skill and ring IQ.
Yeah, he's very smart. I mean, how he stopped Loma from using his angles. That's not just him using his size. That was IQ. He was smart in that fight.
Because if he's that powerful, he couldn't stop Nakatani.
Yeah, but I mean, but Nakatani. I mean,
what difference does that make? Because styles make fights.
If you put Tank and Nakatani, you'd be pretty confident that Tank stops him within 5-6 rounds, no problem. I think Lopez can bang. Don't get me wrong, but I think when he goes in there with someone that has a dog of Tank, I think it's a whole new. I just.
Yeah, but Lopez has got a dog in him as well, though.
I don't know. I don't think he's been tested, to be honest.
I mean, Loma.
You don't think Lomachenko tested him?
Loma stopped Nakatani. Loma's got underrated power.
Yeah, exactly. Loma knocked Nakatani out, but I just don't believe. I don't. Yeah, he's fought Nakatani, he's fought Loma, but I just don't think his chin's been tested. I just think if once he gets hit against Tank, that's when he'll be tested. His chin will be tested. I don't think the other guys were like. I don't think his chin's been tested yet. But when it does,
Tank Davis, it's Tank Davis that hasn't been tested.
Pardon?
It's Tank Davis that hasn't been tested, not the other way around.
Good point,
no. I agree. I don't think they. Although yes, Teofimo's fought Lomachenko and he beat Lomachenko, but I don't think. This is just my personal opinion. I don't think Teo will beat Tank. I just can't. I can't see it. I just think Teo. I think Teo will get caught.
I think what's his name? Gervonta Davis has the kind of power where he could put Lopez out. He's got serious power, explosive power. He has got power. There's no doubt about it. The guy's a serious puncher.
Is Lopez? But what my question is, is Lopez going to be willing to slug it out with Tank?
Yes.
I don't think that's. I don't
slugging
think
it out
that's
with
a good idea.
Lomachenko.
That's not a good
doesn't
idea. This guy has freakish
Yeah,
power.
but we'll. Sorry, no, go on.
Yeah, I just don't think you. I just don't think you should slug with Tank. I just think it's the guy has
But
explosive
then
power.
again, Lopez has gotten in to box.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's what he's gonna have to do. I don't think you can. I don't think you can slug it with that guy.
I mean, that's the only way he's got a winning, isn't it, Tank? That's all he's got in his army, isn't it? So you take that away from him, surely. Surely you take that away from him.
And the thing is, as well,
it's easier, harder to do though.
I just think you'd keep him at the end of a jab, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but if one of those massive uppercuts, like did you see yesterday? Like the punch came out of nowhere that hurt Barrios. Barrios was doing well. He was, but then the punch, like he throws punches from weird angles and he flattens you. Like it's serious power, explosive power.
With Teo,
I just believe in 12 rounds, eventually he's gonna land one on you, and that pretty much one can just pretty much it can change the whole fight, really. Because I had him.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the thing.
Even yesterday, I thought he was struggling, to be fair, until the 8th round. I think Barrios was doing a good job. And then out of nowhere, the right hook.
Salman, how were you scoring the fight? Because we've had a few people come on here saying Barrios was winning the first 5 rounds and all this kind of talk. So how did you score it personally?
I think he was. And the reason I'm saying that, because Tank was too gun shy early on. He wasn't throwing any punches. He was just although Barrios was tip tapping a lot, but at the end of the day, he was still landing more than what Tank was. And boxing scored on who's landing more punches, and Tank wasn't even landing.
Is it not on who's landing the cleaner, harder shots?
No, I don't believe so. I think Tank, for the first 5 rounds, I don't think he really did anything, to be honest, until he exploded in the 8th. And then he stopped putting it. And even Mayweather came up to him and said that on the unofficial cards, you're down. So, it goes to show that,
which is a disgrace, by the way. While we talk about Mayweather coming into the corner, it's a disgrace and shouldn't be allowed by the commission either.
Yeah. When I was watching the fight, I was even telling my brother that I don't think this is right. Tank's got a trainer. Tank's got a trainer for a reason. Anything that he wants to discuss with Tank should be done pre-fight. It shouldn't be done during the fight. I just think that's disgraceful, to be honest.
It's quite disrespectful as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like
is all his focus as well. Who's he supposed to listen to? Calvin or what? Mayweather? What? That is diverting his attention. He's losing focus. But
yeah, and Floyd didn't stop there either, dude. Like in the post-fight press conference, Floyd basically took over the press conference. Like he said more things than Tank. Like, and no one was even asking Floyd.
James did. Mayweather is a legend. He can do what he wants.
He's a legend, but it doesn't mean he can do what he wants. Yeah.
Can't do what he wants.
Yeah.
So, Carl, let me ask you: does Tank beat Lopez?
No.
Does Tank beat?
What's his 20 questions?
Hey,
does he beat who?
Devin Haney.
I'm not a big fan of Devin Haney. I actually think that's probably one of the worst promotional jobs that Eddie Hearn's done with Devin Haney. I do.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know what Hearn's up to with Devin Haney, but maybe just not as good as Hearn thought he was. But I think Davis beats Haney.
Ryan Garcia.
Don't really know enough about Garcia, if I'm honest. As in,
he throws left hooks from any old angle. I think he beats Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, what I mean by that, Ray, is it's still the jury's still out into it on Garcia to some degree.
Ryan Garcia is too open.
Say again.
Ryan Garcia is too open. That could be a devastating knockout. That could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say Tank badly.
Tio's a lot more technically sound. He's got a good shoulder roll on him. But Ryan Garcia, he's as open as anything. I just think
it'd be a shootout, that wouldn't it? It'd be a shootout.
But it wouldn't last long. It'd be like just wouldn't last long. It'd be over in 3 or 4 rounds.
Anyone else would get hit though. Tank would get hit by Garcia. We just don't know if he can take it because Garcia can punch.
That's not true. If Tank's a lot more tougher than someone like a Luke Campbell.
Oh yeah,
was able to go round.
Yeah. Tank can easily hit him, but I mean Garcia is really fast. Garcia can catch him, but I don't think he will. He's just going to knock him out with one punch. Like Davies, he probably can take a punch. Well, I mean we saw it with Barrios. But
the only thing I would say is Campbell did highlight some flaws in Garcia's game, didn't he, in the early part of that fight?
Yeah.
Not some flaws, Carl. Huge flaws.
I've been kind of.
I just didn't want to.
All I'm saying is there's a start of a blueprint there, isn't there?
Yeah. I think Garcia would get knocked out by Davis.
Badly.
Too explosive.
Yeah, I agree.
And his skill level's really, it's like, he's got fast hands, but his skill level is so bad. It's just he's too open and he's too prone to get hit. And against someone like Davis, if you're prone to get hit, you're going to get knocked out.
But one thing I will say,
and his footwork's awful.
Yeah,
He's
But
too
one thing
upright.
you've
He's
gotta
too
say-
upright, Ryan Garcia.
Guys,
Yeah,
Ryan
it's
Garcia
awful.
beat Luke Campbell, who's an Olympic gold medalist, who
Yeah.
had a very good fight with Linares, who was a split decision, and
Yeah.
he knocked him out. So I don't think we should overlook Ryan Garcia and say he's
Oh
totally.
yeah, definitely.
The only thing I would say,
Garcia,
man,
Campbell's a good fighter.
Campbell was in the twilight of his career there, wasn't there? Where Davis is prime into.
Yeah,
That's the only thing I'd say. You know,
yeah. And also, Campbell's not as explosive as Davis, is he?
no.
No, and he still dropped Ryan Garcia, and I just think Ryan Garcia, he's never fought anyone of no way to build him up with those type of fights. He's too upright, he's too open. His defense leaves him with massive problems, and that's what happens. I think again, he's similar in the sense that if somebody times his left hook, it's a good night for him.
Ray, Luke Campbell v. Gervonta Davis.
Would Luke Campbell beat Gervonta Davis?
Yeah, I'm saying, what would you give Luke Campbell any chance in that fight?
No,
He's got no left.
Not Luke Campbell now. I think he's probably just packed in the sport, hasn't he?
Oh no, he's coming back for another fight, Ray, I reckon.
Is he?
Yeah.
You don't think he's done that?
No, I don't think Luke Campbell can win a world title at lightweight. Last I heard, it was on Instagram saying he was setting up his own gym, and then he had a picture of weight scales, which made me think he was moving up, which I thought was the wrong decision to do. But I don't think he wins. You know, I can't see him win a world title at lightweight or 140.
A lot of people are saying that. A lot of people that are saying that Oscar Valdez would Gervonta Tank Davis.
Yes, he would.
Nah.
Valdez, no, like at 130, obviously when Tank fought Santa Cruz, he can't punch. He's not a hard puncher. But Valdez, he can hit. He's very nice, so now he's improving a lot with his timing, his footwork, his head movement. Like he looked great against Michelle. I think he would beat Tank.
Wow.
I think he would give him a good fight. I'm not too sure if he beats him. I think he would make a good fight.
I personally
Valdez is
think
too small for Tank at 130.
I personally think that'd be the third Mexican that Tank knocks out in a row if he was to fight him.
I mean, it's a 50-50 fight. I wouldn't be shocked if Tank knocked him out cold, but I would favour Valdez. I think Valdez. I rate Valdez really highly after that Michelle performance.
Valdez has moved up, isn't he?
Did they?
Valdez moved up from 120, 126.
126. Yeah.
He fought. I remember he fought Scott Quigg. So was that 122? Quick. Was that 126?
126.
Yeah,
Valdez is a small guy. But
that's what I mean. So Gervonta Davis, huge man.
Valdez is chinny too. He's been knocked down a few times.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's chinny. I mean, he's a tough guy. But I mean, obviously, if Tank did catch him, then yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. But I mean, with Valdez,
yeah, but he is going to catch him. It's not a factor.
Yeah, but I mean, Valdez is going to hit Davis
right.
as well.
If Tank catches anyone in and about them weight divisions,
at 130, in my opinion, if he catches anyone at 130,
yeah, of course.
No,
Actually, Darrett, I'll change my mind. Yeah, I'm being an idiot. I don't think Valdez would beat Davies.
You need to be stronger, man. You need to be stronger and stick with what you believe in, man. Bro.
No, obviously, I'm talking to you, but I'm thinking about it in my head as well. I'm not actually, I don't think that. But he still puts up a good fight. It's a very risky fight.
That's what I was saying. He puts up a good fight, but I don't think he beats him, but he puts up a good fight.
Yeah, I agree. Like comment, everyone's seen a comment in the side about Tank is basically Wilder at 130. God, don't wish that on him.
No, I don't. I think he's a bit more versatile than Wilder.
I think he's probably on about his power, but yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Tank showed good defensive skills in there last night as well.
You got to realize he was too small. He was too small in there yesterday. He was really small. It was, you could tell there was a massive size difference between the two. If he fights at his own weight, 130, 135, he'll be really hurting these guys. Like, he'll be really, really hurting people. Certainly at 130. At 130, those guys need to be really, really careful.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think he's too very explosive. It's kind of one of them where he could, where a bit like Wilder. I agree with that. A bit like Wilder, where he could be out boxing and all of a sudden, boom, he hits you when you're
Do
out.
you think any of those 130-pounders could knock out Barrios?
No.
At 130.
No, at
Anyone
140.
Do you think anyone could
No, he
go
said
up
he
two
said at
weight
130.
classes?
No, he
Does
said, can
anyone-
any
do you
of
think
those
anyone
140
apart from
guys
Tank
beat
could go
Barrios
up?
or knock out Barrios at 140?
Yeah,
No,
Tio.
Tank's power the
No,
real
at
deal.
130.
It's just everything
Tio's
else.
not a 130.
So you don't think we just broke here would knock out Barrios?
No,
I'm
he's
saying
saying
at
130 pounders.
That's what I just said. Did he say 130? And you said no, 140.
No, he said do 130 pounders, go up to 140 and knock out Barrios.
No.
Yeah.
I think Tank was the only one that could go up to 140 and knock Barrios. I think Barrios was as tough as nails, to be honest. I think he's a good fighter. I think he's underrated. I think Barrios versus Ramirez would be a good fight.
Yeah, but Salman, what people forgetting is he was hit for funny in his last fight against Cowboy Carl. We're not exactly talking about somebody who's defensively cute and competent in that way.
Oh, no,
respect.
he's not
Yes, he's a good fighter,
sure.
but he was chosen for a reason, Salman. Don't forget that.
Well, I mean, imagine Barrios.
What the question should be, a better question should be, does Tank do what he did against Barrios against the other 140 fighters?
Against Ramirez, I think he puts Ramirez to sleep. I think he destroys Ramirez.
Well, Ramirez is a similar style to Barrios, though, isn't he?
This is what I'm trying to say. He puts him to sleep, and that's a unified. That's a unified 140-pound champion there.
I think Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis, they're the two hardest fights for Tank, because I think they're both Josh Taylor. He's got a lot of dog, and so has Regis Prograis, and that's what that fight's going to come down. Those fights are going to come down to.
Someone disagrees with you, Imran, saying Ramirez stops Tank.
If I was a better man, I'd bet with Tank, but Ramirez, he can whack though. He's got power.
He's wild, man. He's wild.
Thanks very much for that, David. I seen that comment.
David is shit stirring in the side, man. David shit stirring. Imran, what's he doing?
I like David, man. David's a good kid.
David,
yeah. Ray, don't worry. I've heard you ask 130, 40, and man, Imran said 140. Then when you asked again, they said opposite. Lol, I've got your back, brother.
I'm sure there's some 130 said, but it's all good. But look, Tank, I don't think Tank beats Josh Taylor. No chance.
I like that.
Tank's not tested either. Like, who has he fought?
Yeah,
I can't see LP. I agree with you. Why can't you not clean up at one? If he's so confident about his power, why not let him clean up at 130, clean up at 35, and then put him in at 40?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, what he's
done
is
he's so confident in his power. Why is he not doing that?
Yeah, I mean, what he's done, he started from 130, then went to 135, then went back down, and then he's gone to 140. It's like he doesn't want to fight the best guys in his division. It's like he's just being calculated. I know I don't like it. I don't know why he's doing that. I mean, he's very capable of beating all those 140 pounders. He does. I don't know why he don't do it.
People talk about Canelo and Mayweather cherry picking.
Yeah,
I can't see how Canelo's a cherry picker. I've never understood that.
Yeah, no. Canelo's not cherry picking. It's more the.
I'm not saying he is, but there are people. Me and Carl got a regular come on our show that doesn't like him. In that
Mayweather, early on in his career, Mayweather in his own weight classes cleaned up. He beat everybody.
Yeah.
It was only when he went to the higher weight classes when everyone has to cherry pick. You can't fight the killers in the higher weight classes, can you?
But he still fought good names, so Imran.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, but that's what I mean. But
fight them. There's a difference between fighting good names and picking the right timing, because boxing, as well as levels, is about timing. Yeah. The difference between doing that and then just not fighting them at all.
Yeah. I know.
Tank Davis is at risk of just not fighting them at all.
Yeah. But this is what I mean, Carl. This is what I mean. Sorry, Ray. This is what's frustrating, because I think, you know how you say that you can't see Gervonta Davis beating Taylor and you can't see Gervonta Davis beating Lopez. I think he can, but I don't think they will put him in that position where he takes that risk. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, his team's very bad.
But they're not going to put him in. They're not going to put him in those fights.
Do you know who he's going to fight next?
Who?
I think he's either going to fight Regis Prograis or Mikey Garcia at 140.
I like the Regis Prograis
He said he's not staying at 140.
Yeah. Yeah,
Leonard
Leonard
Ellerby
Ellerby
said
that.
he's
I
not
just
going
think
to
it
stay at
depends.
140.
As they said, they're going to fight in-house fighters, right?
Yeah, but not 140.
Who's at 135? That's with PBC, really.
Exactly, it's going to be no one good. That's their game plan.
It's going to be
their plan.
It's going to be a lower
Linares.
level. We're not really
He'll
going to
fight Linares.
No, but Linares is with the zone, ain't he? Well, Linares
he's with the zone anyway.
Yeah.
Well, they always wheel Linares out, don't they? When they need, when you're getting a bit of heat.
Yeah. He's a gatekeeper. He's a gatekeeper, ain't he, Carl? Now.
Well, I think that's being polite, but as soon as some fighters get a bit of heat about not being in with no one, they wheel Linares out.
Yeah.
I'm just laughing because it's true.
It's true, isn't it?
He's like Michael Bublé at Christmas. He just comes out of nowhere.
I mean, Billy Joe
was becoming a gatekeeper as well.
Yeah.
Billy Joe was down to the audience fighting Linares, and he still couldn't hit him.
Billy Joe.
Say that again, Carl.
I said one tip, Billy Joe who fought Linares. I'm going to lose the plot here. What?
Kevin Mitchell.
Yeah. I mean, Linares has been around for a long, long time. Tank Davis needs to be fight. Said it once, said it 100 times. Forget about all this promotional crap, and they need to fight each other, or they're never going to be considered them group of fighters as legends.
Yeah.
Because all they're going to be remembered for is ducking each other.
Yeah.
So they've got a problem on their hands, haven't they? Because at the minute they're all avoiding each other.
Carl, what did you make of those comments? What did you make of those comments when Mayweather said we're not going to fight anyone from other promotional stables? We're going to fight people from in-house.
Whether he's doing it, he's a very smart businessman, Mayweather. So I'm hoping, as a boxing fan, he's doing it from a negotiation standpoint. To try and get a few more dollars out of them fighters, should they come to negotiate. I hope it's not true. But never write Mayweather off. Because if the deal's right, it'll happen. So fingers crossed. Yeah, I think he's just doing it from a business perspective, in man, if I'm honest.
And it's ironic that Mayweather keeps harping about Bob Arum was always fighting in-house fights with Pacquiao and Bradley and Juan Manuel Marquez. Yeah, he's doing the same thing. He's copying Bob Arum's template.
Yeah, I do think that's a great comment in the side from James Deere, though. I think that's a great comment, and it could well be true.
Yeah, but is that Mayweather doing that, or Al Heyman?
Or Eddie Hearn?
Now, Mayweather's the boss, dude.
I don't know. Al Heyman's a serious.
Yeah,
Al Heyman pulls the strings, mate.
See, Eddie Hearn spent a lot of time around UFC recently, and I think they're trying to mould that DAZN model into something similar. You'll never have a monopoly. Don't get me wrong, but they'll watch for money DAZN, aren't they? It can't. Surely that business model cannot continue, because what I'm hearing is they're losing millions and millions of dollars. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with DAZN.
What do you guys think about DAZN trying to get Golovkin to fight Andrade? I think that's a good fight.
I think Eubank Jr. will fight him, Andrade.
Yeah,
they're talking about DAZN are putting the foot down on the pedal for Golovkin and Andrade. They're not happy with Golovkin's opponents.
Do you think Golovkin will take Andrade? Because I think Golovkin said in the past he doesn't really want to fight Andrade because of how he fights. Like he said, he wants the quality fights.
I think he'll beat Andrade.
Yeah,
but then
I think
he's chasing Murata in Japan, and why would you chase Murata?
Because Murata's a really big star,
and
he's got a belt, and he's getting a lot of money and all that.
Isn't DAZN quite big in Japan? And that fight with Murata would make sense.
Murata's a really big star in Japan. Golovkin will get a lot of money for that fight, and he's got a belt, so that's why Golovkin's going for it. But that's in December.
Yeah, but Andrade's got a belt as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. So I hope DAZN are doing the right thing. I hope GG does, or he has to. If he don't fight Andrade, then he has to come out of DAZN and go court and everything, like a bit like what Canelo done. So Golovkin's in a lose situation there.
the best fight for Triple G is either Canelo or a trilogy or a fight with Charlo, and Charlo called him out too.
God,
Yeah, I mean,
listen,
Charlo don't want to fight anyone.
None of them
Charlo's
Charlo
clout
boys beat Golovkin, and none of them beat Canelo.
Charlo's the biggest heart job around. It's about time they jumped in the ring and proved themselves.
Charlo is a clout chase. He doesn't want to fight anyone good.
Jamel's not a hype job, Carl.
Look, Jamel's good.
Charlo. Prove it then.
Jamal.
No, he's got 3 belts. He's got 3 belts.
I know, but
he's fighting for undisputed. Jamel's good. Jamal, on the other hand, isn't. Jamal.
You don't think Jamel being undisputed? What's the difference between him and Josh Taylor if he beats Castano?
I'm just saying.
I think Carl's probably on about Jamal, the one who fought. You're about the one that fought Montiel.
Yeah, the one who.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. I
come
agree.
on, man. Jamal,
Jamel's doing the business. He's fighting the fights.
Look, the one that's at middleweight. Jamal.
Jamal.
He's overrated.
Yeah, I think he beats Andrade and Murata, but that's about it, really. I think Golovkin.
I think Andrade will beat Charlo.
If you're going to be saying Charlo is avoiding Canelo,
yeah.
No, sorry, Canelo's avoiding Charlo, you better come in the ring with something. And Charlo's not coming. I said it on your show, man, and I said it on our show. He doesn't come to the ring with anything to let me think, wow, Canelo can avoid. Sometimes a fighter can do something you think, I can see why X, Y, and Z are avoiding this kid. But when you watch Jamal Charlo, I don't see any reason why anyone would want to avoid him.
Yeah, someone said to me earlier that I was talking about the Canelo Beterbiev, that Canelo wants to move and fight him, and then someone said he's fighting Beterbiev to avoid Charlo. I was like, you're crazy, mate. Imagine Beterbiev versus Charlo. That's a one-sided beatdown that Beterbiev will give him. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's crazy. There are people that actually think that they're actually that dumb that would actually think that he would go up to Beterbiev. Oh, I had one guy I was arguing on the Facebook group. He was basically saying that Beterbiev's a 36-year-old. He needs to fight guys. He needs to fight guys in their prime. You know, he's fighting old men, 36-year-olds. I was like, Beterbiev would absolutely more. And he started arguing with me. He goes, no, Andrade and Charlo beat Beterbiev.
What?
Fair enough, man. I was just like,
Beterbiev would kill him.
Andrade struggled in his last fight against Liam Williams.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Beterbiev coming at him. Oh my God. Jesus, that's not even fair.
Beterbiev's a serious don. I'm telling you now.
Oh, yeah. I think Beterbiev beats Canelo. I think it's a bad idea that Canelo's moving up.
Richard yesterday, I know Carl and Ray disagree with this, but Richard yesterday said that he feels that Canelo beats him or even beats Beterbiev and Bivol.
No.
Like heavyweight.
No.
I like Richard. I think he's a great lad. You know, I've got a lot of time for Richard, but I don't agree with that one.
Yeah, what do you think? Canelo beats Beterbiev and Bivol.
Canelo beats Beterbiev and Bivol. Yeah. In my opinion, I think Canelo. I don't think anyone, as Tony Bellew said it, there's no one under 200 pounds that's going to cause Canelo any problems. He's just that good.
Any problems whatsoever?
They're not knocking him out, that's for sure.
I think that's an overstatement.
I think in terms of Canelo Beterbiev, I think Canelo's a better boxer. His ring generalship, his ring IQ, you know, it's just on a different level right now, and I just can't see him. I just can't see Beterbiev beating Canelo and Bivol. Although, yes, Beterbiev's a big pull, but that's not going to win it. That don't win it. That's not going to... You ain't going to beat Canelo like that. That's not the way to beat him. The way to beat him is, you know, that slick style. You know, that causes him problems. But... Golovkin.
I hope you're in the fight game, fella. If you're able to put a plan together to beat Canelo, you want to get between the ropes with them boxers. Gold dust, that is.
Is either I don't. The only guy that I thought that from what I've seen of Canelo that's beaten Canelo is Mayweather and Golovkin, and they're arguably one of the best fighters, you know, that have laced a pair of gloves on. So I don't think Beterbiev comes in that bracket. I don't think Beterbiev's on the level of a Golovkin. I think Canelo will beat Beterbiev. I think Canelo could even hurt him as well. To be honest,
I wouldn't be shocked if Canelo put Beterbiev down, because we've seen Beterbiev get put down by
Callum Johnson.
Nobody. Yeah, by Callum Johnson. There was someone else as well. I forgot his name. It was early in his career, but I mean Beterbiev. He's not chinny, because when he gets up, he recovers quickly. He's fine. Then he comes at you again. But yeah, I don't think Canelo. But
does Canelo hit as hard as Callum Johnson?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think he does. Yeah, Callum Johnson.
He doesn't. No,
he
he
doesn't have to
doesn't.
hit as hard as Callum Johnson. He's a way better boxer than Callum Johnson. It's not even close. Canelo would destroy Callum Johnson.
He's a better boxer, but he doesn't hit as hard as Callum Johnson, does he?
But he hits hard enough. He hits hard enough to hurt you.
Don't get me wrong. Canelo hits
hard.
He
doesn't hit harder than Callum Johnson. He'll be accurate, but he doesn't hit. He doesn't hit harder than Callum Johnson.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
Altered the structure of Billy Joe's face.
Yeah. So what do you think Callum Johnson would have done?
Look what.
I think Billy Joe outboxed Callum Johnson.
Are you telling me if Callum Johnson landed that shot, Callum Johnson would have done similar damage?
On what? On who?
What we're talking about, Billy Joe Saunders.
No, he could. I actually rate Callum Johnson. I think he beats all of the British light heavyweight. But we're talking about Canelo.
Yes, I know.
Canelo.
Yeah, but Canelo doesn't hit as hard as Callum Johnson.
I don't know about that. That's no. What are we judging that on?
No, what we judging on? Like, just look at Callum Johnson's power.
Would you think? Do you think Callum Johnson knocks Kovalev out?
Yeah.
No,
presented with the opportunity. Yeah,
Canelo's really good.
He'd get out box. That Kovalev that Canelo beat was beating Canelo.
I know.
So you think Callum Johnson's a better boxer than Canelo? He could outbox Kovalev.
No, that's not what Salman said. Salman said, "Do I think Callum Johnson could does he have the power to knock out Kovalev?" And he does. That's what Salman said. He didn't say, "I think Callum Johnson can outbox."
Yeah, I agree.
Especially in active Callum Johnson.
Hey.
Especially in active Callum Johnson.
Yeah, of course he does.
Yeah.
Callum Johnson's a really
chinny as well. Callum Johnson's chinny as well. He's been put down.
I don't think these guys can beat Canelo. To be honest, I think they're all.
Who's put down Callum Johnson?
Callum Johnson was down in his last fight, Ray.
And so, apart from his those two fights, who else has been put down by?
Yeah, but
considering his last fight, he hadn't been in the ring for about 2.5, nearly 3 years.
And he just done a silly mistake. He underestimated his opponent. He was just swinging.
Yeah.
And then he just got caught. It happens.
I think just as a quick one, I think we need to have a chat about Chinny, because Chinny for me is someone like Amir Khan. Every time they get tired, they get down. You have people like who get put down, but then they get back up. You wouldn't call them as Chinny.
Would you say Haney's Chinny? Because obviously, when he got caught, by Linares, he couldn't recover. He couldn't recover for those last 2 rounds. Would you say he's Chinny or not?
No, he's not Chinny.
No.
You got to realize Linares put Lomachenko on his arse, man.
Yeah, but I mean, but I don't think Haney's Chinny. I defend him.
If you're going to call somebody Chinny, it means they get floored off a shot that usually wouldn't do anything to another opponent with that weight. So Amir Khan, the shots that Amir Khan sometimes was getting hit with, he was getting floored with.
Yeah.
There's different.
Like Stephen, I've got a lot of time for Stephen, but I disagree with his comment saying that Devin Haney's indeed Chinny. So tell me
to be fair, Haney did take some good shots against Linares in that fight.
Haney stood there in the pocket against Linares.
Ray, at 140.
Yeah, Haney done good, man.
At 140.
Yeah. Who did Amir Khan get hit by that put him down, that made him Chinny?
He didn't, but that was at 140. Obviously, he took a big shot off Maidana, but then look at lightweight, he get dropped off Willie Lemond.
Oh yeah, but that's what I mean. At 140 at his prime weight, that was his natural weight.
Yeah, but who did he fight that were punchers though?
But that everyone at world level can punch. Like if Willie Lemon can drop him, Willie Lemon's a British level guy.
Yeah,
I think Amir Khan did.
Amir Khan was at 140 at that period that me and you discussed before. He's practically untouchable. Let's face it. But he is a chinny fighter.
Oh yeah,
although
he's
he had a period, he is
I
a chinny
agree.
fighter.
I agree. He's not
He's
got
chinny
the,
and he doesn't recover from a shot well either.
Exactly, and
he doesn't
that's
take
for
a
me
punch
what
well,
makes him chinny.
A bit like Joshua. A bit like
Joshua. Yeah, he takes him quite a while to recover.
Yeah, it takes too long to recover.
Yeah. It won't matter in the Usyk part though. It won't matter, so don't worry about it.
When he gasses out,
it's a bit like
Tyson
Fury. Tyson Fury's been put down. Look, he got put down off Steve Cunningham, who was like a cruiserweight. Would you come and say Tyson Fury's chinny?
No.
Definitely
Tyson Fury recovers well from a shot though. He can go down, but he doesn't. It doesn't take him 2-3 rounds to recover.
It's like, for example, Frotch, for example, had a granite chin. Like,
I was going to do that.
Well, he got put down in his career quite a couple, 2 or 3 times, I think. He got put down against Groves and he got put down Taylor.
Was it Jermaine Taylor? Did Jermaine Taylor put him down?
He recovered. It's like he takes a shot, but it doesn't. He gets back up and he recovers. I don't know how he recovered from the Groves fight. I thought he was done when he got hit with that shot.
He's
I
a
thought
tough
he was
guy.
cold, but he got back up and he recovered. Although it was at the end of the round, he still recovered brilliantly.
Do you know why he recovered him, man? Do you know why he recovered? Because he's the best super middleweight ever. There you go. I'll leave that one.
Oh, here we go. Nottingham fanboy.
Anyway, I'm
tough guy.
Stop. He's tough. Yeah, he was tough.
The best super middleweight was Andre Ward, man, for sure.
Roy Jones.
I think Carl was
in that era. In Carl
Calzaghe.
When Carl Froch was fighting.
Salman, who wins Calzaghe or Ward?
Calzaghe or Ward?
It's a good question, isn't it?
That's one of the hardest fights to pick.
Calzaghe all day.
They're both, in my opinion, both as accomplished as each other. But who would I pick in that fight? Calzaghe or Ward? That's a tough one. That's a very tough one.
Who wins? Pick
Ward
one.
probably fought more better opponents in their primes rather than Calzaghe, because Calzaghe's best win was Lacey.
Little Penny, don't get Carl started. He's gonna go off on one now. He's gonna go off on one.
Let's just move on from that. Imran.
Who wins? Carl. Who wins? Carl.
Out of who, sorry. Give me that again. Out of who?
Calzaghe and Ward.
You've asked me this before. It's a good question. I'd go Andre Ward because Calzaghe was a bit of a slapper, wasn't he? And I just think Andre Ward was something else.
He was great.
So I think you'd have got to Calzaghe.
What you think he would have beat him on points or stopped him?
Yeah, I can see it going to points, but I think Ward technically. I know Calzaghe was good technically, don't get me wrong, but Andre Ward, he always found a way, didn't he? He always found a way.
But he was a bit dirty sometimes. He did love hitting you in the balls.
But you know, if you can get away with it.
Fair enough,
innit? Is that Stephen joining us?
Yeah, Stephen's in the house.
What up, people?
Stephen, how you doing?
Thanks for having me on anyway. I'm going to get going now, all right?
Nice to meet you, fella.
See you later, Mackay.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Carl, you know with Calzaghe, he's the only fighter I know that has got equal power in both hands. Like, you know,
so give me the beginning of the bit again. Sure, you said Joe Calzaghe.
Yeah, Joe Calzaghe is the only fighter I know that has equal power on both hands. Like usually, you know, like Pacquiao, it's left. You know,
give me when he's snapping. He didn't really put. He was a bit of a slapper one day. He didn't really punch. He threw 100 punches, and no one ever felt it. I'm not a big fan.
I don't know about that.
Joe Calzaghe had a lot of power before he damaged his hands, and that was it. But he wasn't. I wouldn't say he was one of the hardest punching super middleweights. He was never known for being powerful. Like
I wouldn't say he had the same power in both hands either, fella, to be honest.
No. If he was on about Carl Froch, then fair enough.
The legend.
No, I didn't say he had power. I meant his power on both hands are equal. Like if there was like a punch, like barometer, they're both equal. And you know, and it's hard to find fighters like that who have.
He's not really a big puncher, though, is he? He's more of a guy that puts punches together. Not really a big puncher.
He's a cluster puncher, wasn't he? You know,
he's a volume puncher. Yeah,
volume puncher. He was a type of guy that used to win on points a lot. He used to put his shots together. You know, combinations.
Although he got beat to Bernard Hopkins, but we'll move on from that.
No, he won that Bernard Hopkins.
No, he did, right?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. No, he won.
He got beat.
No, he won.
He got beat.
No, he won.
He got beat.
Okay, well, that's Stephen. Stephen, what do you think?
Who won that fight? Bernard Hopkins or
Joe Calzaghe?
Joe Calzaghe.
Well, that's two people that's wrong then.
Hey, Ray. Yes, sir. I want. First of all, I want to salute all everybody in the chat. I want to salute my main man, Ray.
How you doing, brother?
Lil Kenny. Is Ahmed here?
No, Ahmed's here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he's here.
Ahmed's here. Yeah.
See, you almost forgot about Ahmed. How you gonna do that?
Yeah.
Nah, but did we I'm sorry, I'm late, but did we talk about the fights yesterday? Already?
Yeah.
In depth.
Oh.
You missed it.
Man, okay, cool. But let's see. I was gonna say too, Ray was saying that Devin Haney ain't chinny.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think so? I think he kind of chinny, man. I think there's a lot to be a lot of work that needs to go on with him, man.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree. He's not as good as what everybody says, but I don't think one of his problems is his chin.
You don't think so?
His profile is the biggest problem. He's got no profile.
Yeah, there's that as well.
He's got no profile.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really knows who he is.
Yeah,
not really fan-friendly fighter though, is he?
No, he's not a fan. He's kind of like Steven Shakur.
He can't crack an egg. Is that what you said?
Really boring fighter. He is. Like, do you?
Yeah,
he got skills though.
He couldn't punch his way out of a wet paper bag. That dude's straight weak, man.
Yeah, but that's why, like, I don't think.
But Steven, when Linares threw that combination to Haney, he didn't go down, right? He took it, even though he was a little wobbly. But when Linares threw that same combination to Loma went down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you kind of got a
Loma's a lot smaller. Loma's only really a featherweight, don't he?
You're right. He's a couple of pounds.
Loma's really a 126 fighter.
Right.
Yeah,
he can fight at bantamweight if he wanted
Loma's
to.
a 130.
Loma's a 130 pounder. To be honest, I would love to see Davis versus.
You guys even?
Loma.
No, I would say if you said Lomachenko, can you make 126? He could.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, 100%. Imran, in the side, Curtis Allen wants to know what about Ward versus Canelo? Who would have won that fight?
Ooh, that's
Canelo beats him, man.
That's a proper fight, not like the Froch fight.
Canelo, there y'all go again. Canelo ain't beating Andre Ward. Not now, not never.
Yes,
wow, you don't think he beats Andre Ward now?
Hell no.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, Carl. You think?
No, I don't.
We don't know what Andre.
We can only. I don't. I'll tell you how it is, Imran. I think Ward beats Canelo.
What now?
No, not now. No, I'm talking about when they're both in the. If they're both in the prime.
He's saying now. He's saying Steven's saying now.
Well, no, not now. No.
The Super Six.
You don't think?
The Super Six, Andre Ward.
Wait, guys, one at a time.
Okay.
Go on, Steven.
Okay, so you don't think Andre Ward can come out of retirement and focus for a year and get back to doing what he does and beat Canelo? We talking about Andre
3
Ward.
years. He's been out 3 years, 4 years, 4 years. His last fight was in 2017. That's too long, man. That's not for decades.
Ward's not Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Canelo's a beast, Stephen. You know that.
Yeah,
you don't want to be getting in. These guys breaking people's faces, man. You don't want to be getting in with that 4 years out the ring.
Right.
Primes, Imran, I do think Imran in their primes at 168. I do think that Ward will beat Canelo because Ward is bigger and Ward is a better boxer than Canelo too.
100%.
Again, it's another one of those situations for me. Where I think Canelo's a greater fighter, but I think in a head-to-head fight, Ward wins.
You think Canelo's a greater fighter?
Without question, he's a.
You better get yourself in that kitchen and get that kettle on because you're.
Carl,
you're having one.
He's a four division.
Put yourself on mute. You're gonna talk nonsense.
4 division world champion. He's a 4 division.
I'm talking about sweet science. I'm talking about the sweet science.
Yeah, Ward is.
No, I think what Imran is saying is Canelo has achieved more than Ward.
Yes,
but
that's what
Ward
I'm
is a better skilled fighter.
He's going to go down a greater fighter than Andre Ward.
I'm talking about skill in terms of skills.
Skill. Talk about having skills to pay the bills.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steve. I'm with you.
Yeah,
but I agree. He beats like Mayweather. Mayweather had greater skills than Pacquiao, but that doesn't mean he's greater than Manny Pacquiao, does it?
That's a good point.
But what you got to remember is how often did Andre Ward get hit flush?
Not often.
There you go. That's your answer.
But you also got to take into account that Kovalev also he beat Ward in that first fight.
He beat Ward, man.
But then you can say Golovkin beat Canelo in that fight.
Yeah.
Who?
Yes, correct.
Golovkin beat. Yeah, I agree. The first fight.
But
you
can't compare the differences between the two fights. Is that Andre Ward beat the brakes out of Kovalev in the second.
Well, I mean, you're right about that, but he
didn't beat the brakes
Andre Ward. They gave Andre Ward that first fight. Kovalev beat him.
Steven's my man. He says it how it is. He did lose that first fight, no doubt about it.
But Ward's still the more skilled fighter, definitely.
100%.
Out of who? Out of Ward and
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah, he's got. But Canelo's the greater fighter, right? Yeah.
Andre Ward in the super series. I don't think any version of Canelo would have beaten that Andre Ward.
No.
Yeah,
no,
I agree.
No.
That's what I said the other day. I bet that's why I said that the other day. And, I got some resistance, but when Andre Ward cleared house, he beat everybody in that tournament. Man, that was a bad Andre Ward.
I can't hear anything.
It was boring though, wasn't it, to watch? It wasn't the most boring. Yeah, it wasn't the most exciting fight, but he got the job done.
Yeah.
Who's the most exciting fighter today in boxing?
I'll say I'm gonna go.
It depends what context you put in that in.
I think he's the most exciting fighter in the world of boxing today.
Tank Davis.
Yeah, because he brings the show, man. It's like when I was watching the Santa Cruz fight,
Tank Davis more than Canelo.
Yeah, 100%. I think Canelo's more with Tank. You just don't know. Tank's like.
These I can't hear me. I don't know why.
Sorry.
Yeah, but Tank hasn't fought anyone.
Oh no!
I think.
Listen, Canelo's way better fighter than Tank.
Crawford's the most exciting fighter.
I'm talking about entertainment.
Crawford.
You're right. You're right.
What type of fighter do you sit on the edge of your seats when you watch? That's the sort of fighter I'm talking about.
Crawford, man, 100 miles per hour, man. Gamboa battered, Gamboa postal, man. The speed and the gears that Crawford goes through.
I'd be the biggest Crawford fan in the world.
In the world, not
in the
Well,
world.
you know what, Imran?
135,
A sensible point here.
147 like
Somebody's
it's
put
nothing.
in.
Legitimate at 147.
Guys, one at a time. Let Ray make his point.
Somebody's put in, because we haven't spoke about this fight, and it was on at the
Fucking
last.
job,
It was on at the
dude.
weekend.
That's what it is.
Julio
Hear me?
Cesar Martinez.
Yeah.
He fought the weekend. He's an exciting fighter. I'm not saying he's the most exciting fighter in the world, but he's definitely one to watch. We've seen him in the UK. He pretty much destroyed Charlie Edwards because he hit Charlie Edwards when Charlie Edwards was on the floor. He didn't get that. But for me, he can hit hard. I expect big things from him.
Now what Inoue is an exciting fighter.
Yeah, Inoue.
Inoue is, yeah. He's my number one for excitement, yeah.
What about Casemiro?
He's cleaning out top kids
Casemiro's
anyway.
exciting as well. Casemiro's very exciting.
And speaking of Filipinos, even though he's old, Pacquiao brings it every fight, man. I mean, the only boring fight he was on was with Mayweather, really, and maybe Mosley
made it boring though.
Yeah, Trent Mosley as well was boring, but apart from that, all of his fights, man, even the Thurman fight, it was really exciting.
Yeah,
Who's that?
Hey,
You better believe the Spence fight's going to be exciting because Spence don't move like Mayweather. You know, Spence is going to be there more in the pocket for Pacquiao to tee off on, and Spence is going to bring it as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Spence is going to target Pacquiao's body.
Yeah,
Spence
is going to want to make a statement.
Spence is kind of stuck in the mud type of fight. He's not as elusive as someone like a Mayweather, you know. So
Imran, your brother Salman just told us how good he is, and you expect him to beat Crawford? No chance.
Wow, you like Crawford, don't you?
Ahmed, I've got to say, you've got to be the biggest I haven't come across a bigger
Crawford beaten at 147.
I never seen nothing like it.
Crawford has destroyed. Crawford has destroyed every without a mark on his face.
Yeah, but he's not fought Sean Porter. He's not fought Keith Thurman. He's not fought Manny Pacquiao. Right? He's not fought the top guys at 147.
Don't give it any more because we'll be here all night if you start reading that list of who's not fought.
It's like you're not rating Crawford's achievements. It's like
I rate him, but he's not doing anything at 147. He's a great 140, 135, but not at 147. Got to say, he's not.
Teofimo Lopez, Gamboa, all these guys, they'd never dreamed to come to 147. And look what Crawford's doing at 147.
I disagree. I think Teofimo could come to 147. I think he's big enough.
Hang on, Stephen wants to make a point in it.
Teofimo will get destroyed at 147.
Stephen, go on, my man.
Ahmed, listen, okay. I think everybody on here knows that Crawford is a hell of a fighter.
Yeah.
But the world doesn't revolve around Crawford. I mean, Crawford's not even, I don't think the world revolves. Go ahead.
I know what you're saying, but the thing is, you guys are rating Spence. you give Spence so much respect, and you're saying he's so good, but the thing is, he's only started at 147. You guys tell him to go to 160 and fight Jamal Charlo.
Yeah, you got a point, but who is Crawford fighting really? To be honest with you,
Crawford started at 135 and he's going 12 pounds above the weight and dominating world champions there. Yeah,
what world champions? Wait, hold on. What world
Spence
champions is he dominating?
Or former world champions, whatever you want to call it. Spence started at 147 and
fought two guys.
Spence beats Crawford.
No chance.
Yeah, Spence beats.
What were you saying? One sec.
But Crawford hasn't got the kahunas to get in the ring with him, so we'll never find out.
A fighter to see how good a fighter is, he's got to give away size and strength. That's why there's weight classes for a reason.
I'm not sure I agree with your analogy, to be honest.
Look, guys, you can't compare a washed-up Kell Brook and a washed-up Khan to Spence. It's
and a washed-up Gamboa too at 135.
Spence struggled against Sean Porter.
You can't do that.
Anyone would have struggled against Sean Porter. That's what I was saying an hour ago.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I mean, Spence, if he was that big and strong at a 147, he should have, got a clear victory. We didn't even know if you'd won clear rounds against Sean
Are you
Porter.
telling me, Ahmed? Are you telling me Crawford stops Sean Porter?
No way.
Okay, just before that, I'll ask you a question. Do you think Porter can win rounds against Crawford the way he wins against everybody else?
Yeah, he
Crawford
could win
will-
some rounds.
Crawford will-
So I've answered
Crawford
yours.
will let
Do
Porter win rounds.
you think Crawford stops Sean Porter?
I think he's capable of stopping him.
Not capable. Just do you think he does?
Yeah.
No, he
Sean
doesn't stop
Porter, you
Sean
got to
Porter.
understand. Sean Porter's wild late on. He's just going to be throwing wildly, and that's when Crawford gets you, man. He gets you like a proper animal, man. The way just go and ask David Benavidez, ask him what Crawford was like fighting Crawford, man.
Well, Jose Benavidez had just been shot
Gear
in the
3,
leg.
Gear 4, Gear 5. Come by, just go and watch his fights, man.
We've watched them. We've all watched Crawford fights here. Jeff Horn wasn't a great fighter, right? You've got Amir Khan, who was done in. Cal Brook, great fighter, but he was done in. You've got the what's that European guy, Colossus or whatever he got. He beat him, and then you've got Benavidez, who had just been shot in the leg about
Being
3
in
or 4
my
times.
way,
Good fight.
Spence come over to Bramall Lane and beat
Kavalaskas beat David Avnesian.
Yeah, fair enough.
beat
I
Josh
give him
Kelly.
that one. That's why I said I give him that one. But I've named 5 fighters there, did I not? And there's only one fight there that you would think, where Spence, you can look at his resume and think he's good.
Yeah.
And that's the difference because
Spence
we're talking about
is
welterweight
at
here.
147. Spence is a big 147. He started at the, and it's not like he's dismantled everyone anyway. If you destroy everyone, fair enough. But he's far from it. He's at close fights.
If he beat the 2015 Khan and Brook, I would have given him a lot of credit for that. The
I swear that is
2015
similar.
Khan and Brook.
Crawford is quality. He would have ripped through Conor Brook at any stage of their
Oh,
career.
stop, man. Stop.
Imran, I was there that night at Bramall Lane. I was there. Spence is special.
Crawford has carried his power up to 147
he is
in lethal condition. He's lethal,
He
man.
would not rip. So Ahmed. The Brook that fought Spence and the Khan that fought Judah and Maidana, you think Crawford would rip through those guys?
Crawford
Not beat them, but
Madonna
rip
easy.
through them.
Crawford's got boxing high IQ, boxing quality. He could just beat these guys.
Maidana would rough Crawford up like anything.
No, man. Yeah, but he can't box like man.
You don't think Maidana could?
He'd box Madonna's ears off. Look,
Crawford
is just below. Crawford is just below.
I think you need to go one at a time.
Crawford is just below.
Evening,
Roy
man.
Jones Jr. and Sugar Ray Leonard.
Evening, guys.
Crawford is just below them type of guys.
Listen, Maidana fought Mayweather, and that was a close fight. You're telling me Crawford would beat the brakes? Oh no.
Crawford was a bad man.
Madonna was a good fighter.
You'd get knocked out.
Hey,
come on, man.
Crawford would get knocked out against Mayweather. Crawford would get
The Madonna that fought Amir Khan didn't have a jab at that time.
What? Who's that? Ash? Is that you? Ash?
Yes, brother. How are you? You okay?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that Maidana is a different Maidana to later. The early Maidana didn't have a good jab.
Maidana's a one-dimensional fight. These are one-dimensional fighters, and you're.
But it doesn't matter though, Ahmed. If it's one-dimensional, Porter's one-dimensional. It doesn't matter. Maidana's got power, man. He's got power, and he comes forward. He's strong. You can't tell me.
This is why 1 or 2 rounds. Once Crawford figures you out, he's too good.
No,
Crawford
Mayweather figures you out. He couldn't. He struggled.
Yeah, but that was. Yeah, but what Mayweather? Mayweather was towards the end of career. He used all his IQ.
Oh, no, he was still pound for pound the best. He was still the best at that point. He was still number 1 pound for pound. He had just beaten Canelo in dominating fashion.
I just can't see Maidana winning rounds against a Crawford.
But he could hurt him. He could put him on the back foot. It would be a tough fight. You can't tell me he could destroy Maidana.
Imran, 1 minute. Does anyone give Crawford a fight then, Ahmed?
Not at 147. No. This is his third weight class, and I don't think anybody can beat Terence Crawford.
Would Maidana be a tough fight for Terence Crawford?
Yes.
No, it would be a tough fight. I'm not saying he would give him a good fight, but he cannot beat Terence Crawford. Maidana would give him a good fight. Maidana would give him. I'm not saying that, but he cannot. There's levels in it. There's gears.
You know what? I agree with my man. It's true. Terence Crawford would beat him, but it wouldn't be an easy fight.
No,
it wouldn't be an easy fight. I think. Here's the thing. I think Ahmed's rating of Terence Crawford is it's kind of wrapped up into hyper fanboyism, because a lot of it always comes. Everything comes back to Terence Crawford, and the scenarios these people have given you, they make perfect sense. Like you said, like the Maidana scenario, for instance. Terence Crawford, while he's a great fighter, but there's still a lot to be desired from him.
Yeah. Can I say
Maidana? I rate Maidana as a fighter. I'm just saying that there's levels, and like basically you'd give Crawford a good fight, but Crawford would figure him out, and whether he needs to box him or fight him, Crawford he'd switch.
Who's the most skillful fighter at 147? Simple as. Who's the most skillful fighter?
Who's the most skilled fighter?
Yeah, most skillful fighter at that weight division.
I would probably say Crawford.
There you go. Then that's your answer then.
That's it.
Yeah, but I don't Spence. I don't think
Linares is also very skillful at 135, and look at what happened to his career.
Yeah,
but skills.
He fought top level elite fighter, Lomachenko.
Skills. We see somebody how good somebody's skills are when you move up. Skills be used when you move up and when you're fighting the bigger and stronger guys. This is what I'm saying. If Spence were to move up,
Ahmed, that's what we're saying. He beat the two biggest names on his resume at 147 were Amir Khan and Kell Brook, who were done, who were past it. The rest weren't even world champions. He beat Kabilas, not a world champion.
Yeah, but he beat them with ease, though, man.
Jeff
them with ease.
Hey,
he beat them with ease, though.
But you're supposed to beat them with ease. You're supposed to beat them with ease.
I'm not backing Ahmed up all the way. I'm just saying that the fact of the matter is, Terence Crawford is the most skillful fighter at that weight division. There's no one in that weight division that can beat him.
But that doesn't mean he beats everyone because they're bigger than.
Well, stars make fights. You don't know until you're in there. But everyone he's been there with, he's beat him with ease. You can say about Cav Velasquez hurt him a bit, but when he got up, he just walked him down and finished him. So you can't say he ain't got power.
If Errol Spence was that good, if Errol Spence was up there with Crawford in terms of talent and that, this is Spence's first weight class. And if he was going to be a world beater at several weight classes, and if he's that highly rated, this is his first weight class. He's big, strong at the weight, and he struggled with them. He couldn't stop Mikey Garcia. He went life and death with Sean Porter. He was supposed to be a washed-up Danny Garcia. You're giving him credit for nothing.
I don't like that argument, Ahmed, because as I've told you before, Marvin Hagler stayed at the same weight class throughout all his career.
Who?
And he's arguably one of the greatest middleweights
there ever was. Jump up and down the weights to prove greatness.
No one beats Sean Porter easy anyway. Who's beat Sean Porter easily?
That's what I said to Ahmed about an hour and a half ago. I said those 2 points. You don't need to jump weight classes. You can stay at the same weight class and still be great. And then, Sean Porter gives people tough fights. Yeah, he didn't stop Mikey Garcia, but who's going to stop Mikey Garcia?
Yeah, but this is
Mikey didn't want to get stopped. He just took a beating.
This is a big, strong guy starting at his first weight class, who's meant to be a big, world beat.
He's look at his achievements. I mean, he's the best welterweight in the world.
Who's that?
Spence.
Spence.
I agree.
I don't agree to a certain extent.
You have to wait until the fight.
Because he hasn't really fought the top echelon. He's fought guys that are good guys, but Petersons and guys like that, they're not your top 2-3 fighters in that division. He hasn't fought Keith Thurman. He hasn't fought. He fought Danny Garcia, but fair enough. Danny Garcia didn't throw a punch though.
He's fought better names than Crawford.
Yeah, he's fought better names than Crawford.
That's because
that's what I was going to say.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because people are willing to. The money behind Errol Spence is more in a way than Crawford. It's not because he's a better fighter in that way. It's just because the money's not there. No one wants to pay that money. If you want to pay 20 million, Crawford wants 20 million to fight Spence, and the money's not there. It doesn't mean that he doesn't want the fight. It just means that he can't get the fight for that money. That's all it is. That's why Pacquiao is fighting Spence instead of Crawford.
Really?
Well, what do you think it is?
Welterweight, Spence travelled to get the belt.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. Fair enough. He's done that.
Crawford only did that at lightweight, didn't he?
But that's the same with Andre Ward, isn't it? So that's why he didn't. He only fought in his hometown. He didn't go anywhere. That's why he didn't get the big. No one knew him. That's why he didn't get the big money because he fought in where's he from again? I can't remember the name, but Oakland. Yeah, he fought in Oakland all his fights. So that's what it is. You got to go out there and make your name. It's like Anthony Joshua. He fights in England. No one really knows him in America. He went out there once, and everyone knows what happened. And now he's back here again. So you got to go out there. It's like Canelo. That's what Canelo's the best, I say, because he fights anywhere, America, Mexico, whatever. And he's got skills. And he can do everything in the ring. Compared to these guys who, like there's only one other guy, which is Mayweather, who, does it in the ring. But Canelo's obviously, he's done it with the bigger guys, smaller guys, top guys that finish. You know what I mean? He's got everything in his luck. How many fights has he got? Like 60 fights. And he's only like 30.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing about Canelo, Ash. I think everybody thinks he's the don right now in boxing. I think we all agree unanimously that he's the best
I'm
in the
just
world.
saying basically in regards to everyone's basically saying Spence is so much better than Crawford, but you gotta put the people in there to find out. So it's like saying Keith Thurman was the don a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he was.
Well, right now it's a stance. I mean, Errol Spence Jr. he's the king of the hill in the welterweight division. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to, I mean, he's beaten. Yeah, he has the most quality wins. He's not showing any sign of collapsing in on himself. Yeah, so you gotta be fair about things. Right now, it is what it is.
It is what it is, but when you compare him saying that, he hasn't fought no one, you got to look at the fights that he's dealt with them people. You're talking about Kell Brook and Amir Khan. Amir Khan quit in the ring because he knew what would happen. And remember this, Amir Khan fought Canelo before Crawford, and Amir Khan said Crawford's the best fighter he's fought. So even Amir Khan saying he's better than Canelo in his eyes. So, you can't just take that way that, because he hasn't fought like the likes of, Sean Porter. Sean Porter doesn't want the fight, or the money's not there, is one or the other. Danny Garcia and all that. If them fights happen, you'll see how good he is. But the only problem is the money's not there, and that's why we maybe not get to see the fights.
I think Terence Crawford's a good fighter, but I just don't think he's as good as people make it out to be. To be honest, I don't believe he's no Mayweather.
No one's a Mayweather.
And let me tell you something. If Pacquiao and Terence Crawford were to fight today, right? That's a hard fight for Crawford. Let me tell you that.
Yeah,
he ain't doing that.
Crawford would beat Pacquiao easy. No.
Easy.
What makes you say that?
Nah, he ain't beating. No, he ain't beating.
I don't think so.
The only person that can beat Pacquiao easy was Mayweather in history. There's no other guy that I've seen that's beaten Pacquiao easy apart from Mayweather.
Okay.
Crawford, you might be right about easy, and no Spence. They're just not good enough.
Pacquiao fought a switch hitter.
Pardon?
Hey?
Has Pacquiao fought a switch hitter?
That ain't gonna make a difference. He's just not skillful enough to make it that one-sided.
I'll just say one thing. Basically, it's obviously Manny Pacquiao's legs are better than Amir Khan's, but in that fight, say that again.
And his chin's better.
Yeah. I'm just talking legs-wise. Amir Khan couldn't get in there because Crawford's that good.
But Ash, that Amir Khan was way past it. Come on.
Amir Khan in his prime. Amir Khan in his prime would not be able to outbox Terence Crawford.
Oh no, but you don't know that.
Imran, let me in the
ring with a prime Khan.
Listen, what I'm gonna say
that.
Imran, you know I'm not a massive Khan fan.
Yeah.
But even I've got to admit, in his prime, he would have gave Crawford problems.
Yeah.
He would have been his footwork. He would have been in and out of range.
And speed.
Look what Crawford did to breed his press com, man. Crawford's IQ's on another level. Any version of Khan would have got slaughtered.
Listen, Ahmed.
Esper had a lucky punch, if anything. He was no.
Ahmed. You know when Amir fought Prescott, he was 19 years of age.
Yeah.
Crawford fought him when he was a mature man, when he had a couple of losses on his record. You can't judge the situation. When Amir Khan was 23 years of age, are you honestly telling me that Crawford would have ripped Khan in 3-4 rounds and just battered him?
Is it
No,
what he's trying to say is
he would have got to him. He would have got to him at some stage and done him.
Imran, can I ask Stephen a question?
Yeah, go on.
Stephen, all right, fella, by the way, I've not met you before.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, and you. What's Bud Crawford's profile like in America? Is he well known outside of boxing circles?
Who's that?
Bud Crawford.
Yeah. Crawford's over here in the States, man. He's the business, man. He's like the name, like one of the names here.
Right.
You got Canelo, you got guys like Canelo, you got guys like Lomachenko, you got guys like Errol Spence, you got guys like Terrence Crawford. They're all one and the same.
Because over in the UK, outside of hardcore boxing fans, he's not known.
Oh, really?
No.
That's amazing because here, everybody. You be hard pressed to find somebody that don't know him.
Yeah. They wouldn't, in the UK, they wouldn't know him.
Yeah.
Stephen, Terrence Crawford isn't known by the casuals in America.
Yeah, but
like, are you telling me everybody in America knows Terrence Crawford?
Like I can ask my wife right now who Terrence Crawford is. She'll know who
but
he is.
You're a boxing fan. I'm talking about people that don't watch.
We're talking about your average people in Walmart.
And let's have it right, Steve. If you're anything like my missus, should have been here you talking about boxing anyway. So they naturally stoke it up, don't they?
Yeah. I just don't think Terrence Crawford's that well known in America. You can tell that because he's not getting those big fights.
You know how big America is, lads.
Would that be the same for Crawford?
You can also know how big America is, but look, he's not getting those big fights, which would suggest to me he's not.
Yeah,
he's not a household name.
You can also tell by Terrence Crawford's pay-per-view numbers. They're bad, really bad.
Exactly, LP. So it doesn't matter how big America is. The lad's not a household name.
But we're not going on household name though, are we? You know,
no,
Timothy Bradley. Timothy Bradley.
Terrence
Crawford would beat Floyd Mayweather. That's a statement in itself.
Guys, there's too many people speaking out. We can't hear. Go on, Carl. Make your point.
Yeah, the angle I was coming from regarding was around profile again. If he's wanting to get big fights, then surely he's got to have a big profile, not only in America, but elsewhere. If you think about the job Eddie Hearn's done with AJ, if AJ was to walk down the street in America, I'd argue people would probably know who he is. No, there's actually something on social media where Eddie Hearn was outside the New York office asking people, did they know AJ? A lot of them said yes. Did they know Wilder? A lot of them said never heard of him. So I think there's an issue around profile building in America, around the boxers.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so that's when it comes to the commercial side of boxing, why some of these fights don't happen because they can't attract the casuals. I mean, how can it be right that you got Jake Paul fighting Mayweather and pulling in God knows how many viewers, yet then you've got Taylor fight a couple of weeks before that didn't do anywhere near the numbers of that of Mayweather.
No one knows who Josh Taylor is. No one knows who these guys are. No one knows who, even someone like Spence. Not many people even know who he is.
He's probably better known in the UK than he is in the US.
Yeah.
Spence is only known in Texas.
And Terrence
everybody knows Spence.
Look,
I think
I didn't even know.
in America.
I knew Terrence Crawford was just a couple of years ago, man. I didn't even know who the geezer was until a couple of years ago.
One thing you got to admit is Eddie Hearn. One thing you got to admit is Eddie Hearn can build a narrative, can't he? You know,
knows how to make money,
Yeah,
like you said. Like you were saying, Carl. I think it's all in the effort you put in. Are these, like, say for instance, Top Rank, and you combine Top Rank with Terrence Crawford's lackadaisical approach to his stardom, and you got a recipe for disaster as it pertains to his notoriety. He's not going to be well known because he's not putting in the work. Bob Abrams definitely not putting in the work, and that's just a calamitous situation.
Can I ask you a question? Is Omaha bigger than Dallas?
Sorry,
Omaha is nowhere near the size of Dallas.
Okay.
You know, here's a little information about America geographically. Texas is almost like its own country. It's almost like, if some of the people in the chat, if they can chime in on this, I'd appreciate it. But Texas is almost like its own country within the country. They have their own. They have everything their own way. There's a saying, everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah.
It is so in Texas, geographically, area-wise, it's so big, it's so large. They have their own culture there.
This is the thing. So when he's coming from a little village in a way as Omaha, Nebraska, and then you got guys, he's coming from a big city like Dallas, Texas, like a massive area. You're gonna get more followers there because you're gonna get better known there because there's more people there. It's like coming from America, comparing it to England. England's only tiny compared to America. Your one state is bigger than the whole of England. So so you can comparably say, Crawford's known more than, it's got the same amount of followers than to Joshua in a way, because Nebraska may be the same size as England. You know what I'm trying to say?
Carl, you're gonna make a point.
Oh, it's just one of them.
Steve, I'm not trying to be controversial here, Steve, but hear me out, will you, fella? I want your opinion on something.
Okay.
Where would you, apart from one weight class, which is obviously you're thriving in, where would you say the state of American boxing is at the minute? Obviously, during the previous years, you've had the Mike Tyson era. You can go as far back as you want. Where would you put this current era of boxing? Is it in a good state, poor state, in terms of your quality of boxers?
I would say for guys like us, if I'm answering your question correctly, if I'm answered it right, I say for guys like us, these panelists here, I say boxing is in the best shape it's been in some time, but the perception of boxing is poor in comparison to other sports, and I think that's due in part to poor promotion. They're not marketing the sport. The sport is so corrupt. Corruption has a lot to do with it. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. Do you think it's a good thing that Eddie Hearn's investing so much time in America at the minute?
Oh yeah. I mean, we spoke about this the other day. Eddie Hearn is one of the gold standards of boxing right now. He's one of the bright. He gives the sport some optimism.
Yeah,
you need guys like Eddie Hearn.
Yeah, so I understand in terms of when you have a show on in America. Let's say 12 months ago, before the pandemic. Let's go before the pandemic. I understand that some cards you would only get to see the main event. Is that right?
No, they show the whole card. They show the whole card, but there's not much interest. You know what's sad is that the majority of the viewers here in America, they're casual fans, so they aren't interested in anything other than Floyd Mayweather. That's why Floyd Mayweather was able to outsell some of the other pay-per-view events, and that was the exhibition. To us, it was just it was comical, and it was almost comical in a sense, but it's sad, but they don't align themselves with the culture of boxing. They don't try to learn things. Everything over here in America is predicated upon excess and sensationalism. You got I don't know, y'all have the Kardashians over there. Yeah. It's just like it's bull crap, and it's a reflection on society because we don't dig deep and try to study things and learn things anymore.
Yeah. Carl, can I ask Stephen a question regarding? It's kind of like I'm piggybacking off your question actually.
Well, that's a disgrace. What we own ideas.
Stephen, I just wanted to ask, like, why don't, like, for example, in Britain, when they have a star, or not even a star, just a good fighter, the Brits, they always behind their fighters 100%, right? Like they turn up to their events, blah blah blah. But in America, why isn't that the case? Especially with Terence Crawford, why isn't America behind their fighters?
Good question.
Hold on, 1 second. Okay. Say that again. I had some company come in.
I just want to piggyback off what Carl was saying about America and Britain. In Britain, in general, when there's a good boxer, right, that appears, the Brits are behind that person 100%. They turn up to the fights. They're on their social media. But in America, it seems that the Americans, they're not behind their boxers, especially Terence Crawford. And I was just wondering, why is that the case? Is it because of culture? I don't know. Why is that?
Yeah. I mean, it's exactly that. You know how I spoke about everything the other day. It all correlates together. It's everything here in America is built on capitalism. So capitalism tends to water down things. It doesn't. It kind of dilutes things a great bit, and so you don't have the authenticity is not there anymore because we don't here in America. Is everything. It's all about perception of what you have. Like Instagram is so prolific because it shows people that you. It's sad, but people gauge themselves their validity by what you have. So it's a lot of superficiality in things, and it's every sport is like this. People don't take the time to learn about the sport in itself. They just follow the lead. It's like cows in the pasture just grazing blindly, waiting to be slaughtered. That's how we become.
Also, is it because it's not one of the top sports in America?
Yeah, but the thing is,
boxing used to be. Go ahead.
The thing is, the pay-per-view market is in America. Like, for example, a lot of the Brits, when boxers, when they say, "I gotta make it in boxing," they always say, "Oh, I gotta make it in America." So
that's
okay.
probably because of the high prices.
Sorry, Ray. I'm not so sure that's it. I think that's getting less and less so because obviously DAZN at the minute, and if I was American, I'd be a little bit concerned that DAZN are now starting to plan shows around the global time zone rather than just America.
That's true. Yeah.
I think and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think American culture kind of influences everything else. So what's prominent here is going to be prominent everywhere else. And
that's modest of you, Steve.
Does anyone know?
Well, I don't mean it in a arrogant way. But I mean, wouldn't you agree to a certain extent?
Yes, I agree.
You used to in boxing, but I'm not too sure. I think the tables are turning.
I'm speaking in terms of I'm speaking in boxing is going to be a reflection of what's happening in society, right?
In what way?
I'm just saying, like American culture, I just think that I don't know. I can't explain it right now.
Steve,
I guess
can I make your point, Steve? Steve.
Okay.
The only thing, again, another point I would make is that it took an English traveller to go over to America to put some razzmatazz back into the heavyweight boxing scene in America because no American heavyweights had the charisma to do it. Which is a little concerning. Again, surely from an American perspective, is earning the most money. That's
correct. And that's correct. Let me make another point too.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something that you may not know. There's something to be said about other areas of the world and what they offer things, because I noticed like with music, music coming from the UK, it's much more much more artistic, and it has much more of it gives you a better value than just some of the commercialized music coming over here. Just look at groups like Jamiroquai and old school groups like
talking my language,
Brand New
Steve.
Heavy, and y'all have an appreciation for things that we just take for granted because we pioneered it or whatever, So it's I think it ends up being a good situation because you got you got a product like Loma Chico, So look at how scientific he was in a sense almost last night. It was like it's nothing. It's you don't get a chance to see something that technical and that sound, but that's because they really take a pride in boxing. The sport.
Thing is, this globalization of the sport that you're talking about and the materialism. The UK cotton onto that because we've got a promoter that's very, very sharp. So Eddie Hearn realized all that. That's why he brought the likes of Lomachenko over to the UK, Golovkin over to the UK.
Build him.
The only one he hasn't brought over yet is Canelo. But he's brought them all. He's had them all, And obviously he hasn't had Wilder, but he's had all the top kids now would fight in the UK. Crawford has, Spence has. They've all fought in the UK. So whereas years ago it was America, you have to crack America. Up until this new DAZN deal was announced, it wasn't always that case.
No, but
kids were going over to the UK.
No, but the biggest fights are there though. You talk about Crawford came over here. He came over to fight Ricky Burns. I think for the title, he come to defend or he come to get. No, he won his title.
We've got back onto Crawford again.
No, because he's talking about the title. No, he's talking about they have to come to UK. They came to UK not by choice because they had to come to get belts, which they took off the English guys. So,
did Lomachenko come to get a belt?
The biggest fights are still in America.
Did Lomachenko come to get a belt?
Say that again.
Did Lomachenko come to get a belt?
Lomachenko didn't come to get a belt because he already had the belts, but he fought Luke Campbell.
And when you say the biggest fight, do you mean the biggest gross fights or attendance? Because if you think about AJ,
as Manny Pacquiao,
I'll be right back.
That's Floyd Mayweather.
What you got to look at is
you can't talk like that.
Yeah. So when you're talking about the British fights, because I know what Carl was saying there about you look at us with Froch Groves, AJ's fights. Yeah, they're still big, huge fights. So when you're talking about the biggest fights being in the US, what you're talking about?
Okay.
Because we're still attracting. Years ago, my point is, you couldn't attract anybody to come to the UK.
No, you could. Yeah, in a way, you're right. Because our fighters all went to because years ago, the Americans had the belts, innit? Could be that as well. Because Ricky Hatton went to fight Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather was going to come here. And also Manny Pacquiao, when he fought Ricky Hatton, that was in America because he had the belts. It's all about where the belt is, I believe. And in America, that's where the top fighters do fight because, Manny Pacquiao in the last decade is one of the best fighters ever.
But it does come at a cost. It does come at a cost for some British fighters. Let me throw James DeGale in the mix.
I understand what you're saying, but James DeGale is a good fighter, but he's not there. But you couldn't name him with the guys the likes of these guys.
My point being around the commercial side of boxing, he earned a hell of a lot of money in America, but it did his profile no good back in the UK. When he come back into the UK for his homecoming fight, he was struggling, wasn't it?
To be fair with you, I ain't really followed DeGale's career too much, to be honest. So I can't really say much about that.
Take my word for him, fella, because I'm right.
What about Amir Khan though? He was a big star.
Yeah, but he was never on pay-per-view, Imran.
He earned a lot of money though, didn't he?
No, but majority, he did. Majority, Ash. Remember, majority of his prime years were in America, in the big fights in America. A lot of his big fights were in America.
Fair enough, but it wasn't pay-per-view, was he? Look, Gervonta Davis right now is pay-per-view. So could you say he's a bigger star than Amir Khan in a way? Because he's a pay-per-view star. Errol Spence, but Amir Khan in our eyes, because I'm a bit biased and I'm Asian, he was a big star. He could have been better, but he wasn't a pay-per-view. He wasn't that big. He was big in England. He wasn't big there because he only was a little bit big because of his style, which we all like. But
here's the thing. Ash. Gervonta Davis, what are these numbers that he's pushing out that you're saying he's a pay-per-view star?
I don't know, man. I'm not gonna say something I don't know about. I don't know what the last night numbers were, but end of the day,
But the thing is, with Gervonta Davis, obviously he has a lot more miles than Khan. Obviously, Gervonta Davis is at the start of his career, so you expect
but what I'm trying
to be a bigger star than Amir Khan.
No, but what I'm trying to say is Amir Khan is a big star now. He's an Olympic, silver medalist, and he's a double 140 champion. But end of the day, he was not as in the eyes of a pay-per-view star, and he wasn't pay-per-view.
Yeah, but Tank Davis is not a pay-per-view star either.
Well, he is, isn't he? Last 3 or 4
He's
fights,
working his way up to be a pay-per-view star. That's for sure.
End of the day,
By
okay,
the
if you're
performance
gonna
he's
say,
putting on, the fan-friendly fights, he's working his way up to become a pay-per-view star. He's not a pay-per-view star.
I agree.
no,
Yeah,
he's
but the thing
moving
is,
away
you know,
because I believe he's well. Okay, let's just rephrase it. He's gonna be a pay-per-view star then, because
Yeah,
he's got
he
last
is.
3, 4 fights. He's already maybe 3 on pay-per-view, and I don't see him coming up pay-per-view.
Yeah, for that to happen, Tank has to fight someone like Ryan Garcia or someone well known. But the way Mayweather is engineering his career, I don't know. I don't know if that will happen.
No, I'm not trying to say he's gonna be the biggest pay-per-view star ever. I'm just saying in regards to our UK stars, the ones that have gone, not like Amir Khan and even Cal Brook would have been a big fighter, but he didn't do the right things. But they were never pay-per-view. So I don't know how we got to the pay-per-view topic, but anyway, they weren't pay-per-view.
But guys, can I just ask you guys in the panel, because a majority of the guys here are from Britain, do you think it's better for boxing that all of the big fights, instead of being in America, would it be better if it's in Britain? Because at least the public will turn up to these, even the crappy fights. The public.
Listen, LP, I say something on this because I've not really had a chance to say something on this, but we've got the bigger stadium fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus we don't charge our fans stupid money for pay-per-views. I know Stephen's just gone, but I don't know how they can get away with charging $75 for one of the fights last night.
Too much then.
Yeah, that's because of the scale. It's because of the scale. They got so much. They got I don't know, 200 million people in America. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, would it be better if boxing, where you become popular, instead of being in America, would it be better if it's in Britain? Because at least the crowd will turn up. People will buy the pay-per-views.
That's what I'm saying. That's just what I've just said here. Like the fan base, you're talking about 80,000, 90,000 people coming out to see fights. Where else you see that?
That's only AJ fights, though, isn't it?
It doesn't matter. It's still where it happens. It's still where it happens.
I'm just saying,
you wouldn't get that in the US.
Even Amir Khan I'm sure Amir Khan couldn't fill a stadium here, man.
Amir Khan would have filled the stadium in here, no problem.
I'm asking. I'm sure. I thought he didn't in the last few fights. I'm not sure. I'm asking question. Did he?
No, he hasn't. But he hasn't had the opportunity. Okay. But if Amir Khan was at his peak, he would have filled the stadium.
I mean, like if he fought now, he wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, because he's pretty much finished now, mate. But all our fighters at their peak could have filled stadiums. Joe Kazagi did. Carl Froch did. We've had going back to. All our top kids could have done.
They do feel them, but that's the one fight when they have. You understand what I'm trying to say? Like, or 2 fights.
Wait,
they have.
Yeah, but how many people have
them guys fill every fight in? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but if Carl Froch had all these fights in the UK, he would have filled them. He would have filled what's that stadium called in Nottingham? City Ground.
Yeah, City Ground. Yeah,
of course he would have done.
Even that Irish kid, what was his name again? That 126. Frampton. Yeah, did he sell out some
Windsor Park
in Ireland?
Yeah,
Windsor Park. Yeah.
Even Katie Taylor, I bet you if Katie Taylor fought in Ireland, she'll sell out that stadium too.
Yeah.
She's entertaining, and that's the thing. She's entertaining, so people want to see that. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think maybe the logistics might be a little bit challenging because Mexico. There's a lot of boxers in Mexico. Same in Philippines too. It's quite a long travel, but I think boxing will be much more of a healthier state if the what do you call it, like the domain is in England, because at least the public will be behind it. And also, not only that, in America, when they talk about boxing, it's always about bad news, like someone killed someone or someone raped someone. You know what I mean? It's whereas in England, they actually show boxers for who they are.
Yeah. LP, let me just jump in there a minute, LP. A lot of American fighters comment on the atmosphere when they come over to fight in the UK because it's something they've never experienced before. Because I'll be honest with you, the majority of American fighters, when we're watching them live at daft o'clock in the morning in the UK, it's like being in the library. There's no noise, there's no atmosphere. I feel like getting a book off the shelf. Where if you come to the UK and you get like people are saying AJ is the only one or only souls out 90,000. Agreed. But even Kel Brook at Bramall Lane, which is in Sheffield, he filled that stadium with 40,000 that night because I was there. So it just seems like a very different way of going on in America.
I think it also comes down to the fighter in the sense that I think, for example, I think it depends on how the fighters followed. Like Canelo, for example, when he fought Billy Joe, he filled out 70,000, 60,000.
They do that everywhere, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. So I think it comes down. I don't think those guys that we're talking about in America have that kind of following and have that kind of fan base that they think they don't have that connection. Whereas I think in the UK, like, for example, just say if Kell Brook was to fight in Sheffield, everybody would turn out for him. If Khan was to fight in Bolton, everybody would turn out for him. You see, that I feel like the public here has more connection to its stars.
Yes. Man, is that poor promotion then?
Yeah,
there's a backstory, isn't there?
I wouldn't say it's poor promotion though, because I'd say Crawford has his home city, Omaha. They come out for him. They come out for him.
What numbers? What numbers?
No, I think it's because it's the biggest sport in the UK.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, after football and cricket, what you got, but you don't watch basketball.
Rugby.
NFL.
There's rugby. There's tennis. There's
boxing.
loads.
If boxing was one of the biggest sports in the UK beyond terrestrial TV, mate.
Say that again. It used to be on Channel 5.
Not the big fight show, fella, was it?
No. Listen. They would rather have Formula One. They'd rather buy Formula One than boxing.
But what I'm saying is, it's up more higher in England in regards to supports than it is in America.
I would agree with that comment. Yeah, I would agree with that.
That's what I'm trying to say.
If you think about pro rata, though, America's a much bigger place. If you're talking about bums on seats for a pay-per-view, they should be able to muster the numbers we do in the UK because you've got a lot more people in the country.
Mate, but the fact of the matter is, if that was the case, there's enough stadiums there, and I'm sure Floyd Mayweather could have found one. He could have put, I'm sure, 100,000 seats. People.
I think it's a culture thing because he's talking about Canelo filling 70,000 in Texas. The majority of them are Mexicans.
Yes, but Mexicans are different followers to the native black people that are in America. You know what I'm trying to say to you? Like they only the Americans and the Mexicans will follow a Mexican in a way. I believe, like regardless, if he's a good fighter,
Spence could do it. Spence could do it. Spence could fill out 50,000 at Dallas.
Yeah, you're right, but I didn't think that Canelo would beat Pacquiao's record in that grind, which was he had the highest record at the time before Canelo fought there, which was I think it was 50,000 or something.
If you brought Canelo over to the UK, if you brought Canelo over to the UK, it's so Wembley out easy.
Yeah, because Margarito was Mexican.
Yeah, and Carl, you know what? I agree with that also. And also,
thank you, LP.
I've been to England once, right, and I really liked it. I've also noticed that England is a very diverse country.
Yeah.
And also the people who are not white. I don't want to sound racist here. The people who are not white, they are respected in England. Unlike say in America, because I've been to America 3 times, man, the whites and the blacks they don't get along at all. Whereas in Britain, especially the black people, they are respected in England. Would you say?
That's debatable. But where it comes into boxing, where I would say is the difference is, and I think somebody said it on Imran's show, and what me and Carl have noticed when we communicate with other boxing channels is you get a lot of the, say, channels run by, say, African Americans sticking up only and talking about the African American fighters.
Yeah.
And then you'll get like the white American channels literally just talking about the white American fighters. in the Hispanic channels doing it about, whereas us British, you know, us, me and Carl and you know, Andy and etc. are pretty much like Imran. We'll talk about what we see.
Yeah.
We'll call a spade a spade. We won't say, oh, you know, I like this fighter a bit more because, you know, I mean, I know Imran, British, Pakistani, so he likes Amir Khan, but that's not the sole reason he likes Amir Khan. You'll not sit here and say, oh, Amir Khan smashes everybody because
He likes
background.
Amir Khan, you know, now it's about boxing.
He's got more sense than that, isn't he? And Imran,
Do you know what I mean? So to finish my point there, LP, we don't, even though, don't get me wrong, Britain still has its issues. Yeah. I'm not going to minimize that for a minute, but we talk about boxing for what we see.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I got a question for all of you there. Do you think that you know, as a UK, like, you know, the boxing scene, has it closed the gap on the American boxing? You know how they run. Do you think they've closed the gap? Well,
Absolutely.
What makes you think that? And
we've got the best heavyweight in the world. We've got the best promoter in the world. There's two reasons.
Also, what no one spoke about.
Chris, is your name? Sorry, is it Chris?
Carl.
Sorry, Carl. Sorry, nice
no
to meet you.
worries.
First time I'm on, yeah. Carl, that's one division, mate.
I just think as a product, especially with the Sky deal and Eddie Earn, I just think maybe not so much now with DAZN. Who knows where that's going to go with the new deal? I'm a bit alarmed that Sky obviously are putting a lot of 3 a.m. fight cards on. But at one point though, we couldn't attract anybody over to the UK, whereas now, you know, if you think about over the last 20 years and with Sky's involvement, I think we have closed the gap to America. I think it's a better product.
But also as well, don't forget, our Olympic boxing team are very successful these days. In the past sort of like 10, 15, 20 years, the Americans aren't producing the great Olympic boxers. What they used to do. That's where a lot of their fan base used to come, albeit they don't have success at the Olympics. They may turn over good pros, but
Ray, I don't know if you agree, but Oceania's coming up on the rails a little bit as well, isn't it, in terms of the boxing scene?
So's the countries like Kazakhstan. They're turning over good amateurs and good pros. And this is what Stephen was on about the globalization of the sport. And this is why one of the small reasons the UK is closing the gap. You're talking about we're investing in our amateurs a lot more. We've got our general public is a lot more invested because you have people doing like reality shows, getting on TV, pulling in the casual fans. Eddie Hearn's done a wonderful job of doing all promoting the fighters. You're not seeing that in America. Our promoters are in touch with the fans on social media. Literally, I mean, Bob Arum's a dinosaur.
What I would say, Ray, to make a further point, the two biggest names in America regarding boxing
aren't even American.
Don't even come from America.
Yeah.
Canelo and Fury. So that tells me where American boxing is. They're not building, apart from that one weight class, but they're not building. Where Eddie Earn, you got to remember, Eddie Earn built AJ, built him for many, many years. Letting the UK fans know about his backstory, building his profile.
Taking them all around the country.
Oh, I will say, if Spence beats Pacquiao, though, he's pushing to be a massive star.
When Spence beats Pacquiao.
If Spence beats
when?
Pacquiao.
What I'm trying to say is
but would you agree with that point? Would you, if Spence beats Pacquiao? In your case, when he beats Pacquiao, would he be close to being a huge star?
Yes, I'll be honest with you. I like Errol Spence. I think he's got a lot to give. He's got, he's not the greatest in front of the camera, is he?
No.
But it's all about his promotional team. Eddie Earn's got some boxers like who are not the most charismatic, but he does the talking for them.
Andrade. But still,
also Pacquiao's been beat a couple of times with people like Jeff Horn and Marquez, and they weren't exactly massively worldwide.
What's Eddie done with Andrade or Daniel Jacob?
Yeah, and I said that earlier. I'm disappointed with what he's done with Andrade and Aina. But then look at the job he did with that famous heavyweight Orde Harrison.
But that was in the UK though, not in America.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure Matchroom USA cracked it in America yet.
What I'm trying to say, guys, is basically in promotionally wise, fair enough. He's closed the gap, you know, in regards to getting some more eyes on the sport in the UK and people in America knowing a couple of more of our fighters. But in regards to training, in regards to the pool of, because a lot of the time, maybe not so much now recently, but a lot of the time, our top guys will get to the top five and they'll just fall short because maybe they ain't got the right sparring, they ain't got the right, you know, they can't get the guys, you know, because they got a bigger pool in America. So, you know, I'm on about that. Has that closing? So when our top guys go against their top guys, are we beating them now like before?
Yeah, but you just said closing the gap. If you had said, if you had said it like you're saying now, because our coaches aren't as good as what their coaches are.
This is what I'm saying. We haven't
You know, some of our top guys, right? Some of our top guys get done in by their unknown guys, like Josh Warrington got done in by Lara, for example. He was supposed to be one of our top guys, and he got done in by a guy who's Lara. He came out from nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. So
look at Venetian. Josh Kelly got beat up by a guy called Venetian. I never heard of him before. I'll be honest with you, I never heard of the guy, and he got beat. Josh Kelly was meant to be one of our good prospects. Doesn't go and do things. For
and you know, I gotta give credit to the UK fighters because usually great fighters come from very humble beginnings, like very poor, because you know that's where you get your hunger from. You know what I mean? That's where you get your fire.
I'm sure Americans are a bit like that, LP. Americans have a story. Well, they all do, don't they?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is in Britain, Britain is a first world country, and so is America too. But Britain, they don't have.
You're on a sticky wicket here, LP. You want to carry on.
He's digging himself out of a hole, isn't he?
No, but what I'm saying is you gotta hand it to the Brits because you know usually like guys like Pacquiao and like guys like Marquez who are like very poor, man, like the poor of the poorest, and that's where like in history, right? Most great boxers come from humble beginnings, right? And the only one I can think of that didn't come from humble beginning is Marco Antonio Barrera. He came from Mexico City. Who was middle class, but the rest are all lower class, right?
You see the beast though.
Yes, he was a beast. But what I'm saying is with the Brits, because they come from not so humble beginnings, but to make it in boxing, do you have to give credit to them for that?
No, what Imran? Question for
that's
you.
the problem for some of us Brits, because some of them are getting money too early. Yeah, because Matchroom are giving them big signing on fees. A lot of them are thinking, I've got the money now, so
job done.
I don't think Amir Khan would have been what he was if he didn't go to America. Do you agree with that?
What do you mean by that?
Like what I'm saying about, you're talking about the UK scene, like the guy LP, he was saying about, you know, UK, he wants to see a lot of stuff happening in UK and whatever. But our stars have become like, there's only one I could think of, like I'm talking about Amir Khan went to America and become a star. Do you guys think he would have become bigger star as he was if he was just fought in England?
But why did he go to America? The British scene wasn't where it is at the minute, was it, back then? You know, he went for the payday.
You already had John Murray to fight.
Yeah, I agree with you. Two things Amir Khan actually did. One going to the Olympics and one going to America. Huge move for him. Moves, yeah.
But I think with the Olympics, it was a kind of a no-brainer. Why wouldn't if at the time he was fairly unknown and he got picked to go, it was kind of a free shot. Nobody really expected him to do much.
Imran, the only thing with Amir Khan is that's why I think a lot of British fight fans don't really care for Amir Khan, because you see it as Amir's turned his back on the UK and went to America.
Yeah. Andy was saying that the other day.
Yeah, they did him no favors.
Yeah, but you know what he did though, in a way. But end of the day, 140 even now, just if Josh Taylor didn't beat these guys, the belts will be there. So
no, but think about it though, Ash. Think about it though.
Yeah.
Look at Nazim Hamed, for example. Like Nazim Hamed is loved by the Brits, even though really, I personally think he was a little overrated. A little,
I love Naz.
Hey?
I hate Amir, but I love Naz.
But what I mean is, I actually
what is that?
I actually think that he was loved because he fought. Carl's right. He fought in the UK. Nazim, most of his fights were in the UK, so the Brits got to see him. Whereas Amir, most of his best fights were in America, where they didn't really get to see him. So,
but when the fighters Naz had to fight the big guys, big names in UK though, Were there any big names in
No,
America?
no.
Okay, then
The
it's one of them.
biggest fights were in America.
I personally think, Imran, it was the way the careers were managed. I think it was a narrative that was put with Khan that they didn't sell it right with the reason why he went to America.
Right. Okay. What do you
That's
mean by
my
that?
view.
What do you mean by that?
So I think Nazim Ahmed got a kind of spin put on him, where he's still the darling of Britain, and then he went and fought Kevin Kelly and such like in America.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't know why, but Amir Khan, he got a lot of bad press, didn't he? And there's a lot of talk about the contract he signed and how much he's earning per fight.
Right.
And I think that's why he gets a lot of grief. He wasn't managed properly by his promotional company. Wasn't it his dad who managed him for a while?
Yeah, I was Oscar, weren't it? His promoter.
Well, before he went to Oscar, he was under his dad and his uncle, who goes with Tyson Fury.
Yeah, whoever it was
again.
Massive Valley.
Yeah.
I think they managed that Paula.
I think what it was is different careers because Amir Khan got knocked out, didn't he? And obviously, no one wanted to maybe the toys finished. Whereas Naz was fighting here and he's like all is winning and he's putting on a show.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, because the thing is, like Paulie Malignaggi made a good point about this. He goes that a lot of these guys in the UK, and that's why he said he respects Khan a lot, because he goes, he came early and fought our best fighters. And he goes, he beat a lot of them. He beat a lot of our best fighters as well. Whereas Nazim and those guys fought a lot of European and British guys who weren't that good compared to what Khan did. So a lot of the guys went over to America late in their career, top guys. Whereas Amir went over in his prime, which a lot of the British fighters didn't really do. The other one probably James DeGale, possibly.
This is what I was trying to say.
I think going to America was a good decision for Amir Khan, because don't forget, once he won the medal in the Olympics, he got money thrown at him already. So what he wanted to do was to become the best and become a big name. And going to America did that for him, didn't it?
I just think it come at a price, especially with the British public.
He's right. Yeah, Carl's right. Yeah, it did. See, the thing is, Carl, me and Ray were discussing this the other day. Like, he's rated a lot more amongst the Americans than he is with Brits, and I think that's quite clear to see when we ask people their opinions about him, and we ask the British people opinions about him. They don't rate him as highly as some of the Americans do. So that's, you're probably right in the sense that it came at a price, because if he had fought in the UK a lot more than some of those guys that he beat, and to be honest with you, I think Amir Khan could have brought some of those guys over, like Lamont Peterson when he was a unified champion. Why did he have to
I shouldn't have went to Washington.
Why did he have to go to Washington DC? Surely he could have brought him over to Bolton, didn't he? Surely he could have brought him over to Bolton.
He knew he told Peterson it was easy fight for him. He thought, I'll go to his backyard and beat him up.
Well, the money. He was getting more money for fighting in Washington DC than bringing the kid over to Manchester. And for me, he should have won that fight. He won that fight for me.
He won that fight, and even with the deductions, he won that fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're fighting in someone's backyard, like Ray's saying, a lot of dodgy business can happen with the judges, with the referees, with guys. What about the legitimacy of Peterson, the drug test, and all of that stuff as well? All that dodgy business going on.
The Danny Garcia fight was the killer for him. The Danny Garcia fight.
Yeah, that was a real killer.
Don't get me started on that, man.
That was a real killer. That was the.
Don't even get me started on Joe Cortez not letting Ricky Hatton foul on the inside against Mayweather.
Oh, mate. That fucking one.
Hey, guys.
My language.
Guys, you know that Ricky Hatton Manny Pacquiao fight? I would have loved for that fight to be in Wembley, because there's enough Filipinos in Britain. In fact, there's a lot.
No, it wouldn't have been good to watch, would it? Seeing him flat, 80,000 Brits flat.
No, because that fight was in terms of punch.
Where are you from, brother?
Pardon?
Where are you from?
I'm from New Zealand.
Okay.
But mate, that fight.
What time is it over there now?
Oh, it's in the morning, mate. It's in the morning. But mate, that Ricky Hatton Manny Pacquiao fight was in terms of contract, it was 50-50. Manny then made it 55-45. But they could have easily made that fight in England because it would have been a lot bigger. And in terms of the pay-per-view, that would have been the same. It would have been the same because people would have tuned in because Manny Pacquiao is a global
A little
star.
penny. Right? Imagine the Brits having to watch that though. Like in a way that would have been better because there would have been a lot of Brits there, and we don't think the Brits would have liked to see Ricky Hatton get knocked out like that.
Come on, LP. I know you lot are anti-English down that part of the world, but come on, spare us, please, spare us.
That would have been devastating to watch.
What do you guys think of Campbell Hatton?
Of who?
Campbell Hatton.
Campbell Hatton.
Yeah.
He's no good.
He's got a long way to go.
Raised just no good.
Straight away.
That's harsh.
Why is he no good? What weight class is he fighting?
Because he's done nothing really as an amateur to stand out. He got schooled off Kane Morris as an amateur. Yeah.
What weight class is he fighting? AJ didn't have an amateur record either. I don't think. Am I right? AJ? Did AJ find amateur?
He was an Olympic gold medalist.
Oh, sorry, my mistake.
I think Campbell. I think for me, his debut. I've never seen anybody. I've said it on our show, didn't I? Carl. I've never seen anybody so tired after a debut. It was just he just looked like a man against a boy. He just looked lost. He
might get better. He might
it's
get
a little bit for me. It's a little bit outrageous.
He's also very likely he might not.
You know what I don't like though? You know, guys, I want to know your opinion about this before we, all go to bed and stuff. I think it's kind of unfair though. I'll tell you why. Because there could be guys that are working so hard, working all their life, right?
Yeah.
Trying to get into these positions, and then these guys get the leg up because of their father. It's not fair. It's not fair. Imagine, I don't feel it's fair because there could be other guys coming up that have so much talent and they don't get put on these shows because they don't have the profile or name. So how is that?
It's like what you were telling me about Caleb Plant. You don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. So
but Imran,
that's the way the cookie crumbles in boxing.
Yeah.
But
like Joe Laws from Newcastle. He's not a good boxer. He's from my neck of the woods, but he sells a hell of a lot of tickets. So Eddie Hearn perseveres with him. Dave Allen, horrific boxer. Horrific boxer, but he sells a lot of tickets. That's the way it works. That's why you're seeing all these YouTube kids boxing.
Yeah. Down the line, Campbell should cash out and fight Tim Tszyu. That would be a big fight in Australia.
Tszyu's a great fighter. Tim, he fights in a couple of weeks, don't he?
No, they're weight classes apart, man. They're about.
Campbell Hatton's only a lightweight, isn't he?
No, that guy, that Tim Tszyu is actually. I reckon he might turn out like the best kid from a father that's a great fighter. He might turn out to be.
But Costa's not training him. It's another person, I think.
Tszyu, he's a light middleweight.
LP, what's your thoughts on Joseph Parker coming over to Andy Lee's stable in Ireland?
Yeah, I actually saw Andy Lee fight. He knocked out a fighter in New York. It was the Sergio Martinez versus Miguel Cotto fight. I was there at Madison Square Garden, and man, he shocked everybody. But that stable, that Kronk sort of a connection, what they did to Fury, man, that was something amazing. And maybe that's maybe something that they can do to Joseph Parker.
Yeah, just so you know, LP, on the show we do on a Thursday night, I was the only one that tipped Parker to beat Del Boy. Just putting it out there, right?
Okay.
I quite like Parker.
Did he get a gift decision?
No, Imran. It was clear. And just in the sidebar, Liam Smith, it's far too early for Tim Tszyu to be thinking about Liam Smith. Let me put it that way. Far too early.
Yeah. Smith's a good fighter.
Smith's world class.
Yeah.
Anybody know what's going on with Josh Kelly?
Who cares?
Oh, he's had a comeback fight.
Is that Liam Smith beefy Imran you're talking about?
Yeah.
He's not world. I don't think Imran's world class.
I think he's world class.
What makes you say he's world? Imran, do you believe he's world class? You guys believe he's world class?
Yeah, Liam Smith.
I think he's a very good fighter. I don't think he's had the opportunity to prove that he's world class. Really,
he's world champion.
If we're talking,
but world champion, he fought an American guy that Nah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Speaking of
not all former world champions are like. Would people say Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He's a former world champion? I would actually say at one point he was world class. Chavez
yeah,
Jr.
man. Junior was one round away from being the lineal champ at 160.
He stopped Andy Lee in his prime. Chavez.
Yeah, and Imran, Junior was one round away from being the lineal champ at 160. If you give one more round on the Martinez fight, yeah, he would have. But Imran, also, can I ask you a question? Whilst we're in young fighters, one of your subscribers a couple of days ago asked about Amir Khan's brother. I think he's 18 years old. What do you think of him?
No, it's his cousin.
Cousin? Okay, sorry.
To be honest, I haven't seen him fight. I don't know whether Ray has. I've not.
Yeah, I've seen him fight. He's all right. Yeah, he's not bad. He's not bad.
I think the one that's coming from that background is Hamza Shiraz. Everyone's hyped about. I haven't really. Yeah. I've seen him fight. I'm not too. Yeah.
I don't rate him. I've said on your show before, Imran, when I first started coming on, you asked me about him, and I said I don't rate him.
Hey man, who's that Asian lad? Who's the Asian lad that fights on Matchroom? He lost. Is it Asad Shafiq or something?
Kai Ashfaq.
Oh yeah. I don't really rate him either. Do you rate him?
I don't know.
He's from Leeds, isn't he?
Is he? What do you guys think of him? I don't think he's lost. Did he win his last fight? I think he lost the one before, didn't he?
Yeah, he lost the one before. Yeah. He's all right. He's skillful enough, but I think sometimes when these Team GB kids turn over, everyone expects the world from them. And someone was on about Josh Kelly, and I like Josh Kelly a lot.
Yeah, I like Josh Kelly a lot, but I think he's not.
Ray, what did you make of Carl Frampton's comment? If Hamza Shiraz doesn't become a world champion, I'll eat my hat.
I'm sure you asked us about that one before.
Oh, did you see that?
I think he will be eating a hat.
Yeah, you better get some ketchup.
Because he ain't going to become a world champion.
What weight does he fight at?
154.
No, he ain't going to become a world champion.
Yeah. There's tough weight there. He's a Charlo weight.
Yeah. Would he?
But even then, like the kid that Charlo's fighting, the Argentine kid, he would do a number on most people in that weight class.
Yeah, he's a good fighter.
He is. He's a very good kid.
Who?
That guy's Charlo's fighting.
Brian Castagna or Castano. Yeah. So he's a very good fighter.
He's got heavy hands, isn't he? He's got heavy hands. It's hard, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. You know, and there's a few good operators at that weight. So I don't think he'll win a world championship. Carl Frampton's going to be doing a lot of hat eating.
Yeah. Go on, Carl.
Adam in the sidebar wants to know Chavez Jr. versus Froch. Would have been a good fight at one point.
I know Froch was talking about it, but Froch would have smashed him to bits.
Yeah, standard. Froch batters him.
Yeah, well, you know where I stand on that one.
Yeah, Chavez wasn't a real Chavez.
Somebody said, "What do I think of?" Adam said, "What do you think of Anthony Fowler?"
Yeah,
listen, he's not even the best out of the domestic level fighters.
Who's the best out of the Fitzgerald?
Yeah, when Fitzgerald is psychologically fit, and he's physically fit, he's by far and away the best.
What's your thoughts on Conor Ben?
Do you think?
What was that, mate?
Conor Ben, what do you guys think? How far will he get, Conor Ben?
I think Conor Ben's last win made him look better than what he is.
I agree.
Yeah.
Will he become world champion, Carl Ray?
No.
Conor?
What? No, there's too many. As Steven says, the phrase "straight killers." There's too many straight killers at 47.
I want to see him with the a Vision next, someone like that to see where.
Too early.
Did you just say David Avinesian? Did he just say that?
Yeah.
No, not against Conor Ben.
Why not?
David Avinesian.
What about Kavalauskas?
No. Avinesian's a better fight, I think. Kavalauskas is too big for him.
You think Kavalauskas beats Conor Ben, Ray?
I think.
I think Conor Ben's been slightly inflated by that last result. I think.
I don't think Conor Ben's is as good as
Lopez. Conor Ben v. Josecito Lopez.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These are the type of fights he needs to be. I think I said that on your show. These are the type of fights he needs to be having. You know,
I've got one for you.
Brian Cobbs versus Conor Ben.
I know what he's going to say.
They're on boots with Bert for a minute.
That ain't right.
Yeah, you know what, guys? I think Conor Ben beats Crawford. You know.
Yeah, I think he sparks in first round.
No,
It's Christmas today.
You'd have to get past Boots, man. I rate Boots.
I think the fight 140.
Who?
147.
147. Yeah, you know what? He hasn't
Sergio
fought no one though.
Ortiz too.
He hasn't fought no one though, has he? Really?
Who, Jaron?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but he's looking really good.
He punches hard. That's what I'm hearing. He punches hard.
Yeah. He'll knock Conor Ben out.
Yeah, easy. I reckon he beats Conor Ben within 6 rounds.
Guys, Jaron Ennis v Conor Ben. Who wins that fight?
Ennis.
Ennis easy.
Carl?
I'm not.
Hey?
Yeah, I don't like Ennis either. I don't particularly like him.
Why?
So I'll go Ben to beat Ennis. Record
No
that.
chance.
Record this. I can prove I'm right down the line.
Wow.
What's your reasons behind that, Carl?
I've not been overly impressed with Ennis. Not really been in with anyone. I'm not a big fan of Ben, but I think he's just slightly more tenacious, and he'll get to Ennis. So yeah.
Well, I don't. Have you seen Ennis fight?
Yeah, I've seen some of Ennis. I just not overly a fan. I don't think he does anything that well.
Ray, do you agree with that?
No.
What do you think? What do you think he does good?
Ennis will win. I think Ennis will win. I don't. I think Conor Ben, although Conor Ben's shown some improvements, he's still not a million miles away from the fighter that had that horror fight against Cedric Pernell. And I think somebody just said it there because I said it. Blair Cobbs would give Conor Ben a good fight, and that's the type of fight he needs to be having. I think Ennis is a bit more polished.
What about Mickens?
Conor Ben's not being anyone that hits as hard as Ennis, and I think once he tastes that power, you'll soon revert to type.
What about
he's looking all behind the jab in that now against these type of fighters. But against someone like Ennis, I don't think, once he gets hit hard, he ain't going to be jabbing. He's going to revert to type. He's going to be wide open. He's going to get sparked out.
What about Mickinson?
Oh, you beat Mickinson. You beat Michael Mickinson. Michael Mickinson's tricky, but he hasn't got any power to keep anyone off.
Mm.
And the Josh Kelly would be an interesting fight because Josh Kelly's big problem is the weight. Because he's great for 2 or 3 rounds, but then he just completely, because he's fighting probably a weight or maybe 2 weight classes below what he should be fighting.
What about Conor Ben v Collazo?
Yeah, I think that fight's an even fight for him. Even fight. He should beat him, but it's something.
Remind me again now, because when was Collazo last in the ring?
I think he fought Vargas, didn't he?
Yeah, when?
A while back. I can't remember. I think it was a year ago.
Hasn't fought in the pandemic, has he?
I'm not sure. Let me just have a quick look.
I can't remember him fighting in it.
Hey, Carl, can I just ask you a question? Since you're wearing a Lennox Lewis jumper,
That's very observant of you.
Hey, mate, where do you rank Lennox Lewis?
Go on, LP.
Where do you rank Lennox Lewis as the in best heavyweight ever? Where do you rank him?
Let me just clear one thing up first, because no doubt there'll be some Canadian fans who might watch this at some stage. Let me just clear something up very quickly. The Canadians who keep trying to take Lennox as one of their own. Lennox is British, born in West Ham. Last time I looked, that was London, so that's that done. Lennox Lewis was a great fighter. I agree with Sergeant in the chat. It's definitely in the top 5 of all time heavyweights for me. I think very underrated. One day, brilliant jab, beat everyone he was to beat at the time. So right up there for me. Right.
Well, what do you say to critics when they say that when Lennox fought Holyfield and Tyson, they were washed, and when he fought Klitschko, he was still young, and then when he fought someone in the contemporaries, he got knocked out twice by McCall and Hasim Rahman. Although
he rectified them, didn't he?
Yes.
Yep. So that's my first answer. There's a lot of questions in there, LP, for 12:30 at night, but I'll try and work my way through them.
Tyson was the only one past it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go for one breath saying he beat fighters that was spent and then he jumped in with Klitschko who was young. Make your mind up. Lennox is Jamaican. Might get a bit funny this. So how'd you work out he's Jamaican then?
Who's Jamaican?
I'm answering one of the questions in the sidebar, LP.
He's British.
So the answer to your question is right up there. And he jumped in with whoever he jumped in with everybody. He didn't duck nobody, did he? You know. What do you think of him?
Yeah, oh man, the heavyweight is my top 5 is Ali, Joe Louis, I would say Jack Johnson, Jack Dempsey, and Holyfield.
Got to be Larry.
I think Lennox. I think
Holyfield.
Holyfield. I think it's
Larry
because Holyfield. Holyfield fought more guys in their primes than Lennox did, and
I think you're being harsh here, LP.
And Holyfield's chin was like, oh my god, it was second to none. I did put Lennox in the top 10 though. He's maybe in 6 or 7, so it's not like.
You kill him here, LP.
Lennox was the last unified heavyweight champion.
Exactly.
But do you think Lennox was better than Larry Holmes?
No, I think Lennox is better.
What, than Larry Holmes? Wow.
Yes. I think Larry Holmes.
Oh, do you think he's better than Larry Holmes?
Yeah.
Right. You can't put Holyfield ahead of Lennox Lewis because
Larry Holmes is jab. I don't know. Larry Holmes is an absolute dumb.
But Larry Holmes fought in an era where there were he was his contemporaries. Nobody.
Lewis was a difficult era, wasn't it? Lewis.
Don't George Foreman get a shot?
Yeah, George Foreman.
He did a great drill.
He should be in the top 5. George Foreman was a monster.
LP, how could he have Evander Holyfield above Lennox Lewis?
No.
Also, he lost his trilogies against like Riddick Bowe as well.
But he wasn't like he got demolished or anything, and he did avenge that first loss.
I think Foreman should be top 5, man. Foreman
definitely. Evander Holyfield, maybe not because he come up didn't need to heavyweight. He wasn't a natural heavyweight.
He wasn't a natural heavyweight.
He would be one of the greatest. He would be in the great cruiserweight all-time 5.
Yeah.
Also, you got to think with George. Apart from Ernie Shavers, I mean, George Foreman. When George Foreman hits you, you're gone.
You're going to sleep.
Yeah, but Holyfield fought his contemporaries in their primes, like Burr, and he was also a lineal champ too, a heavyweight.
Yeah, but that's because sometimes if you don't have the dance partners, it ain't your fault. You know,
also
because our league had James Tony in the 70s, 60s, and 70s because there were loads in that era.
Yeah, James Tony put hands on him.
Yeah, James Tony beat him.
That was a old Holyfield though.
In terms of Foreman, I give him credit for beating Mora. I think he was in his 40s. I think
46.
But Ali did kick his ass. So,
do you guys agree that Lennox was losing that fight against Klitschko though?
Yeah, I do. I think he was. Yeah,
but obviously because he didn't finish.
Vitali's no mug, remember?
Yeah, he's a top fighter.
Vitali, in my opinion, was better than Vladimir.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that jab, innit?
Vitali had a good chin as well.
Yeah. Where Vladimir he was chinny.
You talk about killers. Vitali was a killer.
Yeah.
He was better than his brother, I reckon. Yeah.
How would Vitali fare if he fought in the 90s with Burr and Holyfield and Tyson and Lewis? How would he fare?
Who?
Vitali Klitschko.
Well, he'd have fared well against. He would have held his own against them lot.
Mm-hmm. Without question. Without
I think
question.
Lewis would have beaten him. Lewis was too short.
He was just very effective, wasn't he, behind that jab?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was.
Mm-hmm.
I think Larry Holmes would have given Lewis problems. Larry Holmes in his prime.
The only fight
if you've got a great jab, I mean, you're going to give anyone problems, aren't you?
I think
the fight that never happened was Lennox Lewis versus Riddick Bowe.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't know why Bo ducked him, because in the amateurs the rules are a bit different. It's not like he's gonna knock him out also in the pros. He should have fought him. Like, I don't know why he threw that WC belt in the bin.
It would have been a good fight. It would have been a good fight, Lewis versus Bo, because Bo beat Holyfield, didn't it? And after that, they should have made it happen.
Yeah.
And they're both bigs too, like super heavyweights as well. Man, it would have been good.
Guys, listen, I'm gonna wrap up now, man. We've been 4 hours. Carl, Ray, Ahmed, Ash, LP. It's been great having all you guys on. Great chatting. With these, I wanted it to be like 1.5 hours today. But oh my god, it's been another 4 hours.
Imran, you can't do 1.5 hours when you've got people talking about boxing with the knowledge that us guys bring, man.
Yeah, it's too.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's just we could go on all day, couldn't we?
Are you coming on
we
tomorrow?
spent an hour and a half talking about Terence Crawford. So.
Yeah.
You gotta talk about quality. You gotta talk about quality, man.
He needs a dance.
Yeah, that's why we shouldn't talk about Crawford.
He needs the dance partners, man, Carl.
Nobody could we were just going on about nobody could give Crawford a challenge.
Imran, can we ban Crawford from anything moving forward?
Oh yeah. Crawford
until
he starts beating killers.
Yeah.
You have to get Eddie's killers in there. You get Eddie's killers in there.
Yeah.
Until Crawford jumps in with someone half decent, then it's banned.
Guys, before we sign out,
let's get Conor Benn's number.
Let everyone know about your channel.
Are you doing it, Ray, or am I doing it?
Yeah, I'll do it if you want. So Carl and I are from Last Bell Boxing Chat. You can find us on YouTube. We've got a setup where every Thursday night at 9 o'clock we've got our own. Pardon? UK time. Sorry, yes, we've got our own live debate show where we have guests on. Imran's been on our show. Adam in the chat's been on our show. We get fighters on. We've had Ebony Bridges on, Natasha Jonas. We've had we've had people making the debut on Matchroom shows on. We've had people from Sky Boxing on. We've had Carl Greaves on, who's the manager of David Aminesian. We've got a real big guest lined up on Thursday, who's really significant and important in boxing. We've had MTK on our show. We'll go out, we interview people. We get the fans on. We get people like yourself. We ask them about cards that have just been on, cards that are coming up, and just ask for your opinions on boxing. And we run that every Thursday night, UK time 9 o'clock, and also on a Saturday as well. If there's any big fights on, we'll do a live stream afterwards just to talk about that fight card.
Hey mate, did Ebony Bridges mention that rematch with Sean? What's her name?
Shannon Courtney. No. If when she was speaking to us, we got the impression that she had a fight lined up, and that's the thing when we're interviewing these boxers. Sometimes they don't want to kind of spill the beans, you know what I mean, because often they're not in a legal position to do so. So they do drop hints that they've got a fight coming up, but they won't go into details of who that fight's against sometimes, because often we get them before the fight's kind of signed. So we had Lee Wood, for example. We're pretty certain he's got a world title fight pretty soon, but he couldn't go into details of who that was against.
And don't forget, Ray, don't forget we got a massive interview on Thursday, haven't we?
Yeah, I've just said that. Yeah, I've just said we've got
a
big, huge, someone who's very influential in world boxing, very influential.
Is it Eddie Hearn?
We're not seeing it.
Comment, LP. What you couldn't possibly comment.
It's Frank
So
Warren,
when is it Thursday?
Thursday. Yeah.
Sure, it's not Imran again.
So
No,
the live shows Thursday. The live shows Thursday night, 9 p.m. in UK time. LP.
Yeah.
The interview with the person who we're not prepared to disclose a name will be landing probably Friday or Saturday on the channel.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No worries.
So don't forget to tune in, guys.
All right, guys. Take
All right,
care.
guys. See you later, man. Take it easy. Yeah?
See you later.
Take care, guys.
Take care, guys.
See you later, fellas.
See you later. Take care. See you guys later, everyone. Take care. Have a good day. Thanks for everyone that joined the live stream. Appreciate it. Take care, everyone. Have a good week.